unhappy. Why? She said, she told me that why you not for your workshop at BRU. You have a lot of venues and very beautiful meeting room. I said that yes, of course. But one thing we worry very much is the internet Wi-Fi stability. And I told her that we would like to have us to stay focused on whatever presented to the invited expert. So that's why she allowed me to organize the intensive workshop outside the BRU. But she sent a message, thankful message to the invited speaker for their invaluable time coming to deliver a very interesting topic today. So on behalf of BRU President and the Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences that our program under this faculty, I would like to express my sincere thanks to our invited speaker, two of them, Associate Professor Dr. Pragasit from Thammasat University and Assistant Professor Dr. Pornpimol from Chulalongkorn University. And thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice President, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin, who preside over the opening ceremony today. Last but not least, I would like to express my heartfelt thanks to Professor Dr. Michael R. Smith from National University. Actually, he officially invited by BRU to be a featured speaker at NIRC, that is National International Conference that will be taking place on 15 next 2 weeks this month. Wherever we are having the conference at BRU, and we asked him not just only being a free speaker, but also a peer reviewer. So whenever he peer review the manuscript or the papers, he never take what's that, honorarium or money, honorarium, you can say honorarium or money from our university. He told me that he would like to donate this money to BRU. And he asked me to forward this amount of money as a scholarship to PhD students. And today he kindly come to present a scholarship to the excellent student of PhD program by himself. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Mike. Today is 12,000 baht. It's donated by Professor Mike. And the best student, 4 of them, will get this award. And thank you, my friend, the most handsome guy in this room, Mr. David Dittmar. I had been teaching at BRU quite a long time, but now he retired and enjoy doing something with his wife, beautiful wife at home. Whenever we have activity like this, he always invited to join. And of course, on 15, when the conference taking place, he will be invited to play the piano to welcome the invited speaker from different countries. Thank you in advance for your assistance. So at this last but not least, once again, thank you very much, my dear student from Thailand, Myanmar, China, and also the PhD Curriculum Committee for your huge contribution. Thank you very so much. ขอบคุณและสวัสดีครับ
Thank you for the nice introduction. My name is Associate Professor Dr. Pragasit Sitthitikul. I teach at Language Institute, Thammasat University. As for my academic background, I received a PhD degree in Language and Literacy from the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in America. And I was also a PhD candidate in Reading Education from SUNY at Buffalo. I think we are here. And I obtained a master's degree in TEFL, which stands for Teaching English as Foreign Language, and bachelor's degree from Thammasat University, majoring in English. And when I was in high school, at the Modena school, I went to Australia when I was 16 years old as an exchange student. And I received certificates in tourist guide course, ticketing and reservation, airline service, something like that, okay? And right now, I serve as the Vice President of HUSOC-BRU, and I was the President of Thailand TESOL organization. And these are my field of research interest and specialization, so that in the future, if you have any questions, okay, about these types of topics, you can ask me for help, okay, if needed. Okay, today, my topic that I am going to share with you is my dissertation path at the University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign in America. Okay, to inform you, okay, about this topic, I think I have to use a flashback technique to narrate my PhD journey, okay, based on my direct experience. So the questions that came up into my mind when I was contacted to give a talk on this topic is that, number one, what were the obstacles and the things that made me apprehensive when I was a PhD student, okay, at UIUC, okay, and what were my strategies in order to find the solutions to get rid of the apprehension and discouraging feeling in order to successfully attain my PhD degree. Okay, so these are the two things that I like to narrate my story, okay, and share some insightful information, okay, based on my direct experience. As you know, a PhD degree is considered a research degree, and that means to successfully complete a doctorate degree, we need to be well equipped, right, with a strong body of research skills, including a complete set of concepts, terms, activities that make up a professional domain. So it is very challenging, okay, but it's not too difficult if you have passion and strong determination, okay, to do things. So my talk today, with the hope, I hope that, okay, I will inspire you, okay, to continue, okay, your PhD journey without feeling discouraged, all right? The PhD degree requirements, my PhD journey was tough, okay, when I look back, okay, at the olden days, because there were so many steps that I had to go through. And it was a very long, irksome, tiring, and demanding process. There were so many things that I have to complete, okay, as a PhD student, because at my university, it was very demanding for PhD students. But I'm glad right now that I have gone through, okay, this challenging study, okay, path. And it was a great test and practice, which require tremendous determination, strenuous efforts, plentiful energy, and a lot of time and budget. So we have to have a directional plan, okay, in order to accomplish your goal, okay. PhD is the last or final degree, okay, that we should try our best. And as you know, as this is a research degree, okay, so it is expected that we must have a strong research skill, all right? So I could see the great value in doing a PhD degree. It is worth investing time and efforts, okay? But if you ask me if I have to go back and do it again, I have to say no, thank you, enough. Doctor of Philosophy degree program is planned, okay, by the student with the advisor to develop, okay, their ability to conduct research in a specialized field. This is a key point, specialized field of education. So you should start thinking about, okay, the research topic that you have a passion with, all right? It's gonna be a good starting point. Okay, without research motivation, you cannot focus on what you have to do. So it is very important to establish your research position at the very beginning. The PhD dissertation is intended to demonstrate students' capacity to conduct independent, okay, research. Okay, that means you have to work most of the time by yourself. alone, but don't feel lonely. Alone doesn't mean that you are lonely, right? But lonely can mean alone, right? So I have to acknowledge at that time, I was not clear about what was expected. Imagine research, PhD research. What was expected from my dissertation, right? To be specific, I didn't know if the research that I planned to conduct was basic, advanced, or sophisticated enough to fulfill the program requirements. Okay, so I was wondering, will my proposed research topic be rigorous enough, okay, for a PhD level, okay, or is it only at a basic level? Okay, so this is something that I was wondering at that time. I didn't know what a good quality research looked like, okay, and what were the criteria to measure the quality of research. So I'm going to share with you, okay, some ideas so that you have some criteria, okay, to plan, okay, your research, or you may have planned it already. I'm not sure. So I became even more worried when I learned the requirement of PhD research at University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign, okay, which read, the PhD dissertation is intended to demonstrate the student's capacity to conduct independent research. The student's research should make an original contribution to knowledge. So this underlying part worried me. So what does it mean, okay, to make an original contribution? All right, so think about a master's degree thesis and a PhD dissertation, okay? There should be something that distinguishes, okay, between an MA thesis and a PhD dissertation, all right? That the student's research should make an original contribution to knowledge intimidated me because I was not clear, okay? I didn't know what that meant at that time. This statement kept me worried for quite some time. And I consider this as a major obstacle that I want to share with you, okay, today, okay? And you know, this could be the big thing that might have deterred, okay, or delay me in from graduation, okay? My goal is to graduate, okay? So this is something that I wasn't sure of, right? So it became my major obstacle. So what I should do, okay, in order to solve, okay, this obstacle. I was apprehensive for quite some time because I realized that I didn't have a clear direction of what I would do for my dissertation. Later on, I realized that keeping worried alone, okay, without taking any action, won't make me move further. Okay, I won't make any progress, right? So we need to move on, okay, in everything that we felt that we failed. Okay, for example, you may have a broken heart if you don't move on, right? You will be trapped with sadness. นะครับอาจารย์ X นะครับ so you have a broken heart, you have to move on, all right? So that means I needed to get rid of my apprehension and fearful feeling and change my thoughts to internal rewards, okay, satisfaction and enjoyment of my research to motivate myself. So I have to change negative feelings into positive feelings. Okay, I believe that the best motivation is self-motivation. Nobody else, okay, could motivate me better than I myself. Take action. Action speaks louder than words, right? Okay, don't need to talk much, don't need to say much. Okay, start doing things. So my subsequent action was that I had to find out what characterized good quality and advanced research to fulfill the requirements, okay, of the PhD dissertation required by my university, okay? Because the part and original contribution to the field worried me. So it would satisfy the requirement as to a standard set by the university department I belong to. After that, I kept reading extensively, okay, and studying hard. But I didn't forget to play hard as well. What I mean by playing hard is I work out on a regular basis because I had to keep fit and firm, okay, both physically and mentally. Okay, don't just focus on your reading without taking any exercise. Okay, that X always, do something like that. Yeah. So I attempted to understand, okay, different types of levels of research. Okay, basic, action, or advanced research. So I learned that many different research served various purposes and goals. Okay, and research goals could determine the complexity and sophistication of research levels. Okay, I will elaborate more. Okay, basically, these are the common goals of research. Okay, to seek a better understanding of a phenomenon or a situation. Think about research studies which explore perspectives, satisfaction, okay, of participants. Okay, the purpose is to seek a better understanding. Okay, but it did not, okay, create something new, right? The second research goal or objective, okay, could be, okay, to find a solution, okay, to a problem. Okay, and the third one, to test effectiveness of a teaching method. I think for the third research purpose, this purpose, okay, is used a lot, okay, by many ELT researchers and students, okay, especially in Thailand. We tend to test, okay, a teaching method, right, whether it is effective or not, right? So this kind of research that is abundant in Thailand. And the fourth one, okay, to develop a new teaching method. This is quite rare, okay. This research purpose is still in infancy in Thailand. So I urge you as a PhD student, okay, think about doing something to develop, okay, a new teaching method, okay. So I started thinking if the following example studies were classified as basic, action, or advanced research. Okay, think about this one. Do you think this research title, okay, this research study, do you think it focuses on what based on the four research goals? Again, promoting EFL learner self-regulated learning using a self-recorded video speaking task in an online English for specific purposes course. So what do you think is the purpose of this study? Is to test, right, teaching method, because the researcher would like to find out if a self-recorded video speaking task, okay, will help students to increase self-regulation, right? So this to test, okay, a teaching method, not to develop something new, okay. It falls into the third research objective as I earlier showed you. What about this one? A case study of EFL teacher scaffolding. Scaffolding means to support, okay, is a concept proposed by Vygotsky, zone of proximal development, right? Vygotsky believed that people have the actual ability, right? But we can move from the actual ability to potential ability, okay, by being helped or supported by more able persons. And more able person can be your teacher, your friends who are more proficient than you, or your parents, okay? This is the concept of scaffolding. Of an ASD, autism spectrum disorder, learners share reading with a storybook app. What is the purpose of this study? The same, right? Because the residuals share reading okay, to scaffold, okay, this group of students, okay, still at, quite basic level, okay, in terms of research purposes. Think about Bloom taxonomy, understanding, applying, okay, analyzing, evaluating and creating, okay, the modified version of Bloom's taxonomy. Third one, retrospective case study of EFL instruction in elementary schools, a critical language policy perspective. Which research objective matches this research topic? Number one, right, just to see a better understanding, okay, of this case study. Okay, most of the studies, okay, fall into objective 1, 2, and 3 most of the time. It's very difficult to conduct a research study with the objective to develop a new model or create an innovation. Okay, innovation in ELT takes different forms. Okay, they can be teaching innovation. Okay, materials innovations or curriculum innovation. Unlike innovations in other fields like science and medicine. Okay, because innovations in those fields are concrete. For example, new medicine, okay, to cure a new virus, something like that. So from these 3 examples, I think you have, kind of clearer, okay, understanding of research purposes, okay. This is the talk that I like to give you about my experience, not to give a lecture, but it is important for you, okay, to have some basic understanding, okay, and ideas about what I'm going to use, okay, to elaborate on my talk. Okay, so basically, many educators define or divide research into different levels, but basic types of research, okay, are divided into 4 categories. Number 1, fundamental research, applied research, action research, and inductive research. For fundamental research, okay, the purpose, okay, is to help researchers better understand. So, researchers do not seek to find how to make things better. Okay, just to understand something. So you can see, okay, from many previous studies, okay, that explore teachers' perspective, students' satisfaction level, something like that. Okay, this research attempts to broaden our understanding and expand scientific theories and explanations. Okay, the level is at understanding level. Example, a university explores how the required Common European Framework of Reference or CFR scores affect teacher staff's feelings. Okay, so this study, okay, is with the purpose to provide information, and it's only knowledge based. Okay, knowledge or understanding the same. Next, apply research. Applying. Apply research is designed to identify solutions. Okay, moving a little bit further, higher, one more step. Okay, the first one to seek understanding. Second level, identify solutions. And it offers knowledge that is applicable and implementable. All right, let's see the example. A student working on a doctorate in education studies ways to increase student involvement or interaction in the classroom. This research focuses on a defined problem and is solution-based. Okay, if after the study, okay, they try to find ways to increase, okay, solution, not only to understand, but the way, okay, to help solve the problem, okay, solution based. I briefly, okay, talk about that. The third one, action research, very popular, okay. The main purpose is to assess, okay, teachers' instruction effectiveness, okay, in bringing about the desired outcome and choosing a course of action. Okay, that means a researcher would like to test, okay, a teaching method, a research-based teaching method, okay. But it is important to identify our research gap. Why we need to test that teaching method. Okay, so research gaps, okay, which another a big issue for many graduate students, okay, to understand how to identify research gaps, very important. When you submit your research manuscript for publication, it is important to clearly identify, okay, the research gap or research gaps of your study, because that means, okay, your study is different, okay, to some extent from previous studies. All right. It is typically used in educational settings for teachers and principals to perform a type of self-assessment and course correction. Okay, it improves teacher teaching and students' learning outcomes. Okay, think about using SQ5R, okay, to increase students' reading skills, something like that. All right, this action research. And the last one, okay, rarely happens, oh, this is an example, and the last one, inductive research. Okay, the purpose, okay, is to build or develop a new theory. This is rare in our field because we don't have many new theories, right? So it is quite difficult. Unlike other fields, as I told you, in science or engineering, medical fields, okay, they have new theories or new models all the time, okay. Unlike research in social science field, ELT is also included, okay, in that field. It's very difficult to develop a new theory or a new teaching method. Okay, most of the time we test effectiveness, okay, of the existing ones. So inductive research is often the first step in theory generation and may lead to additional research to further test possible hypotheses. Okay, now think about your thesis. What is the goal of your research? I know that, okay, 10 of you will be presenting, okay, your concept, ideas of your study. Think about, okay, your dissertation, okay, and please tell me two or three. Okay, what is the goal? Okay, your goal is to seek a better understanding or to find a solution, okay, or to test effectiveness or to generate a new theory. Maybe you are the most handsome student, okay? What is your research purpose?
I want to investigate the community of students with knowledge using like application or digital platform.
Okay, so using an innovation or independent variable, okay? So the purpose mainly is basically to test, okay, a teaching method, right? Teaching something, okay? Okay, still at number 3. That's fine, okay? I think if your research purpose falls into 1 and 2, it needs to be reconsidered, okay? But okay, let others, okay, inform us about their research objectives. Who is the most beautiful student? Only one, have done. No more than one, please. Just kidding. just maybe the title of your dissertation. Or from Myanmar. Okay. Zoom. China ครับ China. Okay. Only Thai students are physically present นะครับ Lao. Okay. You're from Laos เหรอครับ Really? อุบลราชธานี
Harry, you have
Okay ครับ Okay ครับ please go ahead.
For my research, I plan to engage literary texts
Literary text.
to improve the students' critical reading skill.
So you're using literary text, okay, to improve critical reading skills. So you are testing, okay, a method, right? The same objective, okay, นะครับ still okay. But you have to find something that will make your study different, okay, in terms of maybe นะครับ different population, okay, a different research instrument, okay, a different research design, okay. So think about new, not new, a different research instrument, okay, that has been rarely used, okay, in maybe in Thailand, okay. At least find something different, okay, because as I told you, นะครับ to satisfy the fourth objective, that is to generate a new theory, okay, or a new teaching model, okay, is quite very challenging, right? So normally we use, okay, the third objective, okay, to serve the purpose. Okay นะครับ so think about, okay, number one and number two นะครับ if your research still seeks to understand something or find a solution, I think they are more suitable for master's degree นะครับ level, not PhD. Okay, for PhD, I think at least to test, okay, something, but you have to identify research gaps, okay. And if you can develop a new teaching method, okay, or propose a new teaching model, that would be excellent, okay. That means you are creating an innovation, okay, teaching innovation. So it is important to establish first your research position. So I'm glad that when I asked you, นะครับ you know what you are going to do, okay, but it can be tentative, okay, but it is wiser, okay, to quickly, okay, establish your research position, okay, at the beginning of your PhD study นะครับ That means you should know what your research interest is, right? In America, นะครับ on the first day of the course, when students introduce themselves, นะครับ for PhD students, they should inform their classmates and their professor, okay, about their research interests. That means we know what we are planning to do, okay, even though it can be something tentative. If you know what you are interested in, it will be easier to start, okay, from there, right? So you can read more literature focusing on the topics that you are interested in, right? Now, without establishing your research interest and position, you read, but you read, okay, extensively, okay, but to conduct your dissertation, you need to focus on something very specific, all right? Intensive reading is required for doing literature review. And you can further think about your research objectives later, okay, add something new, okay, and think about whether your research objective fall into 1, 2, 3, or 4. And think about your thesis, okay, what research design do you use? Okay, back to the same persons, นะครับ Sorry, I don't know your names, นะครับ วัชระครับ วันชนะครับ Oh, you win only one day นะครับ So you lose, okay, the others. Okay, นะครับ your research, okay, What about your research design? Are you going to use one group with a post-test or one group with a pre and post-test, or two groups with a pre and post-test?
I plan to use the second one.
Oops, sorry. โทษครับ Okay, you can.
I mean only one group with pre and post test.
Okay. Okay นะครับno article A นะครับ sorry นะครับ one group with pre and post test นะฮะ and two groups with pre and post test no article นะครับ sorry นะโอเคนะครับ yeah number 2 ใช่ไหมครับโอเคนะครับwhat about
For me,
what's your name please
number 3, 2 groups with pre and post test.
okay between 2 and 3 นะครับ which one do you think is more rigorous more sophisticated
3.
นะครับ if possible if doable if manageable for PhD dissertation okay I would urge you to use 2 groups okay because this research design is more sophisticated in the sense that okay you have to make sure that the students in the 2 groups or participants in the 2 groups are similar in their ability okay so you have to have some measures to make sure that they are quite similar. Okay, that's why it's more sophisticated. Number 1, okay, don't use it. Okay, maybe that's for classroom action research. Okay, for primary and secondary school teachers. Because you cannot know whether if you want to test something and you use one group without a pre-test. And you look at the scores for post-test, okay, it cannot tell, right, whether improvement, okay, is due to the treatment or not, right? At least you have to use 2 groups. Pre and post-test, นะครับ But if possible, I urge you, นะครับ to use 2 groups. But you have to think about possibility, right? Suppose next semester you teach only 1 class. So it can be difficult. It will be difficult to find okay students or 2 classes, right? To be included in your study, นะครับ So different research designs can designate the rigor of your research. Okay, number 1 objectives นะ number 2 นะครับ research designs นะครับ think about นะครับ 2 groups with a pre-test and post-test if possible. All right. So PhD students should try to think about creating an innovation to contribute to the study field. Okay, as I told you, innovations in our field may take different forms like teaching innovation, materials innovation, and curriculum innovation. Okay, if you can do that, that will be excellent. All right. So researcher need to be able to identify a research gap. As I told you, if your research purpose is to test okay, a teaching methods, making sure that your study is different okay, from prior studies. So I think you know, research is a research question or problem which has not been answered appropriately or not adequately answer นะครับ in a given field of study นะครับ and also think about นะครับ triangulation interpreter reliability นะครับ reliability นะฮะ and use a new research instrument and justify your research is different. All right, if your research purpose is to test okay teaching method, all right, and these are the ways to make your study different, or they are the ways to strengthen okay your research. So once back to my story now, once I came up with what characterized high quality research, I was very happy to conduct my dissertation with passion. So I hope that this will happen to you too. Once you have more direction, think about go back and look at your research proposal, make some changes, adjust some changes so that your research, is more rigorous, and more advanced. And I knew what to do to complete my dissertation. I followed the strict schedule while doing my dissertation. I read after dinner until nearly night, and in the morning 6 o'clock I got up, went to a coffee shop and write up my dissertation every day for 6 months have to follow the strict schedule. Do whatever you need to do. So I could say that PhD students should have a strong determination, discipline, but not discipline, discipline, and responsibility to accomplish their study. So I like to end my talk because this just to inform you about my PhD degree path. A long time back. So I have to use the flashback technique. But I still remember this moment because it was my impressive experience and memorable experience that will stay with me forever. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone, and thank you for a nice introduction. First of all, I would like to express my thankful for having me at this conference because this program I have seen since the very beginning via Facebook, of course, with Ajahn Nawamin and Ajahn Akkarapon, right? But from the very baby steps until now, I think that this program become stronger and stronger now, right? And well, today I'm assigned to talk about the tips for dissertation writing, right? But I have heard that all of you here have passed the QE already, right? Qualifying exam for the first track, right? And you all, you wrote something already, from what I assume, right? And then you have the your topics, right? Your title, research title that you are interested in, right? And you have heard from Ajahn Pragasit already, right? How to overcome those obstacles, right? So now I'm proceed to how to write for or I need to say good morning to the candidates online as well as in this room. I have been doing hybrid all the time because some of my students in the international program, some of them couldn't make to come, the issues of visas and things is still here. ได้ไหมคะ Okay ค่ะ well, thank you. And FYI, you don't have to take a picture. You don't have to let's say taking notes because I will give you this slide after that, right? So you can have the slide and no problems. Okay, so this is where we are now, right? At the this is a very nice hotel. Have you been here before, Modena? It's quite new here, right? Before that would be I heard that would be you haven't been here before, right? This is your first time. So during the break, maybe you have some strolling around to see what is on the site of the hotels to see. Okay. Oh, I would start by Ajahn Pragasit already encourage you, right? Give you some encouragement. So I will give you some encouragement as well. You know that the PhD folks, we have the community, right? It means that we are special people, right? So we have the site PhD Live to follow. We have PhD comics, right? Then it means that we are we are not like other people, right? A super gang, right? So this happened to you sometimes, right? like as academic life, right? When people say summer, yay, but actually it's not that yay. You just think of like you having time, more of time to like do some academic papers, do some like, research, right? Because, that's not teaching time. And I heard that most of you like, you work and study, right? Work and study. Work and study is not easy. I understand, right? All right. So what I am going to like talk about the tips today, there'll be like, dissertation components first, which I think that you already like, know about it, but, just to remind you, and do's and don'ts, right? Going on chapter by chapter. But I would say from the very beginning here is that the don't, actually it varies, right? The writing ability varies according to like, the style of the individuals as well, right? But somehow here I will give some highlights on, let's say the don'ts in common that, most of like the students have produced during writing dissertation, right? But yours might be like, different, but I'm sure that all of you are in the good hands of like your advisors here. So if you have any do's, any don'ts, that you will know later from the feedback from your advisor as well. All right. Okay, Ka. So this is like, I need to talk about the research in general as well, right? You have heard what Ajahn Pragasit identify the types of research and, say like each dissect, the components of the research already. But I would say like, the research writing, it's the scientific method. You agree with this chart, right? So it's like, the recognition of statement of problems, right? Formulation of hypothesis, collection of data analysis and conclusion and confirmation of hypothesis. So this is like, the way it is. So when you write, right, it's also systematic like this as well. เดี๋ยวนะคะขึ้นอันนี้ actually I do some animation. Apparently the animation doesn't work on this computer. ไม่ค่อยแต่ไม่เป็นไรอะค่ะทำไม animation ไม่ทำงานเลยอะไม่เป็นไร Okay, that's fine ค่ะ Okay, anyway, this one I try to like, for you to figure out what are like, the basic components of the research, right? But it's all like, in one time shotting. So this is like the basic chapters, right? I say the basic chapters, number of chapters, because some of the research or some of the study can consist more than 5 chapters, right? It can be like 7, like up to 7 or 8. Some of the research, it depends on the types of like, the research. For example, the R&D, right? Research and development, you might have more than 5 chapters because there are many phases to follow, right? At least like, the many circles of the R&D, right? So this is like all of it here. So let's start by introduction. What are we doing in the introduction? I think that when you are going to, if you plan to like pass your proposal, right? Defense very soon, you might have the idea already of the introduction. So what is the introduction? What is in there? What is in there? Just give me some ideas and I can like, for. Okay. What else? Objective, right? There are many components here. So usually you will give some rationale, right? And background, like why are you doing this, right? Of the study, setting a scene, laying a foundation of background, and okay, importance of the study, statement of problem. These need to be clear, right? At very first place, and so we have research objective, you like you said already, and research questions and significance of the study. What is the difference between significance of study and like, importance of this study. So usually in the chapter 1, right, we have like significance of study, which means that this research could lead to like some benefits or some kind of like contributions, right, to the field. In here, there'll be like ELT field, right? Or maybe like theoretically like a contribution, that the formal theory that you formulate your thesis here. But the importance of this study, which means that, you know, why you need to do this, why you need to do this, why it is important, right? And next, for literature review, you will have to gather the types of information. Literature review may be much or less extensive than traditional research, right? It means what? It means that, you know, you have the formal one that you need to read, right? And use secondary source is sufficient. And methodology, there are all research methodologies. I will go fast through this. Context and setting of the study, specify the study design, right? Population, we have all of this already, right? Sampling strategy or sampling techniques, okay? Intervention, what is an intervention here?
How they push your into the study.
Yes, some treatment or some of your plan. What are you propose, or what do you propose to do with this study, right? As a treatment or as a, like, you know, something that to make, usually the research emerge from two reasons, from your experience, right? From your observations and from the previous studies, right? That might be some gap, as Ajahn Pragasit mentioned already. So identify the main study variables. Okay, so this is like, you know, in the methodology part and data collection instruments and everything. So at least 3 chapters when you propose the proposal for the defense, right? You need to complete the 3, including some kind of like, if you plan a new ways of teaching, you might need to have your lesson plan as in appendix, or you might need to have your samples of instruments, right? To see that your study will be possible to do, right? And for the results, it'll be report on data collection, right? Present key findings, right? And this will vary according to like the type of study, the types of research that you proposed. And discussion, right? The main results with reference to the previous research, okay? Pedagogical implications, which means that you need to contribute something in the world of teaching, right? Or in the world of research for further study, okay? And strength and limitations of the study. Okay, so let's start for the writing now. Okay, so this is my question. When you write dissertation, my question will go for like, does everything get started with writing? What do you think? There are chapter 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? Then if you would like to get started, would you like go for chapter 1 right away? No, never, right? It's impossible. Actually, you need to start with reading, right? You can't separate reading from writing in the research writing, right? So the first two here, reading is where to get started, right? Therefore, I think that the first chapter you might need to like go through, it will be like second chapter, which is literature review, right? It might be that not completed when you start to write your chapter 1, but at least you need to like see the whole picture, the holistic picture of what you are going to do, right? And it can be like, you know, brought by the reading in the literature review. Okay, so and then this what you need to do, right? When you do the literature review, because there'll be a lot to read, right? If you have many variables, you need to read many things. Then you need to keep calm and continue reading. Do you need to keep yourself calm when you go and read? Yes, sometimes, right? Well, I heard Dr. Pragasit recommend that, that would be like good if you like set some practice to write every day. This is very good, right? But, I know that you need a lot of effort when you work and like, but it will be useful, the tips actually. Okay, so in the second chapter, right? You need to review to see what do the researchers know about this, right? What do they not know yet, right? It can be a topic that has been like, talked about for decades, right? It can be like, the methodology or some kind of results that has been conducted several years beforehand. But then again, there should be, if you would like to like replicate, or if you would like to like, bring the issue into integrate in your new ways of teaching or the methodology or like research framework, you might need to like, let's say, identify the gap, right? So you need to know what is existing research that we are talking about, what is the previous one, what to expect, what is missing as a gap, okay? And then again, is research reliable and trustworthy? Okay, so it can be like many ways. Why we need the trustworthiness and like, reliability of the research? Because when you launch the results, right, you need, one of my like, colleagues, and I agree with her, she said that doing the research is the art of convincing, right? It's the art of convincing. If you can convince like the audience when they read it, if you can convince like the committee, right? That is worth doing, and it's kind of reliable enough, right? And valid enough to continue, right? So this is like you will achieve, okay? So what are the gaps in the knowledge? When you compile all together, you will have yourself a literature review. So this is it. What do you do? Have you done all this when you write? I think that you have second chapter already, right? If I'm not wrong, it might not be that complete, but you started already, right? Make sure that you have all this. Okay. And second do is like to make a link. What does it mean by link, right? So to attract the reader's interest, this is one of the part of the art of convincing the reader. You need to make them see the interest of this work and generate the interest of this work. And the introduction part of the research should make the readers see the link between the present study, the existing literature in the field, right? This is by Swell and Feek. And also Swell stated that rhetorical patterns into the introduction as creating a research space. We call it cars. This is in the writing second chapter, right? We call it cars. They are the moves when you write the literature review, right? Those moves consist of, first, you need to establish the research territory, right? Why it is important, what I'm missing here, and why this aspect is like interesting to probe into and to like continue to study, right? And establishing a niche, right? And then we propose something, right? And then occupy the niche. I won't go in detail for like those three moves, because when you learn how to write, there'll be all the kinds of moves that you need to go on when you write literature review, right? Okay, the third do is according to like Weisberg and Berger, literature review requires a proper citation, right? This is very important because the good citations, this is to avoid what we call plagiarism, right? You know that this generation of your students nowadays, we call them the CP students, right? You know what does it stand for, this acronym, CP students? Anyone? Either copy and paste or either like cut paste, right? It happens all in all countries, right? Also like in Canada out in America, in the US as well, right?
Our Purdue has really excellent video for this. I'll send them the link.
Oh, thank you very much, right? Sometimes they do some, they commit some like plagiarism without knowing that they do it, right? That's why you need to like, you think, they think it's okay, but actually it's not that okay, right? So every time you do the proper citations, I'm not sure the format of citations that we are doing here, but at Chula we do, we use the APA citation version 7. Right? Some of university use MLA version, right? So this is like, you need, and you can suggest or consult this version online. You may search, you will receive a PDF of it, right? What is like the most, like, let's say ignored, I think is the intake citation, right? Not the end, but the way along when you write the some statements in your literature review, okay? The fourth rule is like write annotated biography. This is like very important for the literature review. Anyone does this or not? What is annotated bibliography? When you write, what do you do? What is your strategies to like, use the information from what you read? What is your strategies? You highlight only, or you do some like, this annotation? What do you do? You don't copy, right? You don't CP, right? No, you don't do that, right? So what do you do usually when you read something that like, quite related to what you are interested in, and you would like to bring it into your study? What do you do? Paraphrase it, right? But before paraphrase, you might need to bring information, right? And note down that this information is like interesting enough for you to like make a paraphrasing, right? So this one is called, annotation, book annotation or journal annotation, that you need to like, bring some information that it is related to your study with like bibliography, meaning that, who are the authors, who are like, what page, or something like this, right? And you accumulate, because sometimes you may find many authors like, go in the same directions, and you don't have to like cite every like author separately. You can group the authors together because they say the same thing, right? And the bibliography or annotation would help for you to like see the ideas of like the authors, to like as a group of ideas that you can like, use it for the reference. Right? So this is annotation, we call annotation or annotated bibliography. It's a list of resources that have been reviewed on the selected topic. This means that, you want, what are you going to review? It should be related to your work, right? You don't review others' work, right? And consists of two parts. Maybe reference list entries, okay? And annotation in APA style, okay? So what is annotation? Is a summary of the source, okay? It will be, actually here, in the, do you use EndNote? There is a program called EndNote, right? When you like upload your dissertation, right? The EndNote will be something that you need to like have some training. At our university and at Thammasat, you use EndNote as well, ใช่ไหมคะอาจารย์ Pragasit คะ So it will be like facilitate your life a lot, because like the EndNote, you will like, key the reference, and then again it will like, bring into your work without like repeated doing it again and again, okay? And EndNote will be helpful like annotation as well. Okay, so the number of words vary from 100 to 200. So it doesn't have to be that long, right? For the annotation, just for the idea. And we should be critical about the source, not only reading for the and information. So it means that, when you like review the literature, right? One of the things that the committee usually say that, you review others' work, right? But there is no voice of yours, right? So in the literature review, you also need to have your voice, right? The punchline or something that, you know, after reading everything, what do you think? What will you use in your study, right? So this is very important part in the literature review as well. So and by this time, you might, you know, along the way, when you do annotation, you short notes some of your ideas that you react with, like, you know, the statement that you are interested in to write. Okay. Okay. Now I will bring to some don'ts now. Okay. So this is like, I will bring one of the studies of like my advices, right, as the like case study to analyze the do's and the don'ts, right? For you to like maybe be aware, I would say, right, when you write your dissertation here. So this is the effects of debate instruction through a flipped learning environment on speaking ability and critical thinking. So may I ask you here, what is the DV here? DV. The DV. There are two DVs here. DV stand for dependent variables, right? Dependent variables. So there are two DV here. What are they? DV, yeah. DV, depending, it means that it's subject to change, right? It's subject to change according to some treatment, right? So it will be, okay, speaking ability, right? And then again, we have critical thinking skills that we need to, like, you know, cope with. And the IV would be like, you know, the whole instruction design, right? This is the debate instruction with something through the flipped learning environment. And then again, so there, from this title, can you, like, you know, maybe guess the type of research that has been conducted? So this one would be experimental types, right? Because we want to like to see the effects of something on something. Therefore, we need some time to, like, you know, for the data collection to collect. Okay, so this is, like, you know, the first thing that I would like to show you in the second chapter that happens all the time, right? When you review, usually you review according to the variables in your title, right? What you have in title, you need to review both independent variables and dependent variables, right? Therefore, there'll be, like, you know, a list of it to review. Okay, so this one, right? When you stop effects of debate, critical thinking. So next, you continue to flipped classroom, right? And this one would be like the don't. Okay, the don't in what case? What lacks here? So this is like, this is all about the, let's say, the critical thinking, right? And next, you would like to discuss the issue of the flipped learning or flipped classroom. So what is missing here? Can anyone guess why it becomes the don't? Actually, the don't should be like in the previous slide. Actually, it'll be like this part, not on the flip, sorry. Can anyone? Pardon? No linkage. Very good. Very good. So this is like, you know, no linkage. So what is missing here when you write the second chapter? Each time that you, like, you know, would like to discuss the next issue, right? Or next variables, you need to have what we call transitional paragraph link or the linkage, as Ajahn mentioned, right? To see the link of the idea. Because when you do some kind of like a bunch of like variables, it doesn't mean that, I mean, they doesn't go like, you know, separately, right? When in your design, it should come together as in a package. So therefore, it should be some evidence of the complementary idea of each other, right? That make them link. So before you, like, you know, continue or proceed to the next chapter, so please consider how to write the what we call transitional linkage or paragraph to link the ideas from the previous topic of discussion to the second one, right? So my question is, have you done that? So go and take a look at your work. I'm not sure, right? So go and take a look whether if you change abruptly the, like, let's say the topic of discussion without linking the idea from the previous to another or not. Okay, so this is very important. Okay, then, well, this is the common, I wouldn't call it mistake, but common, like, let's say don't, that people do it all the time when writing literature review, right? And there's no voice, as I mentioned. You need to like review everything, but you have to give the idea and react to this, that what are you going to do, right? In your writing. So back to chapter 1, right? There'll be another don't here, right? Now, so this is in the rationale and in the background of the study, right? Which 1. So we talk about proficiency in English speaking ability. So what's wrong with this? So actually, this slide, actually I didn't show this Xavier 2005. So what's wrong with this? That's a problem with the English proficiency, right? What is wrong with this is that, you know, there's no support reference, right? Enough support reference. So when you do some big claims in your study in chapter 1, you might say English proficiency of Thai learners are low, for example, right? You alone, your voice isn't like, you know, heard enough. You need to, like, you know, support this idea. It isn't wrong that you, like, you know, have your own idea and think of something, but, you know, as a novice researcher, sometimes you need a strong support from the previous studies, right? That agree that, okay, there's several from findings from the previous studies say that Thai learners have low ability in speaking, right? Or many others. So when you state some big claims in your first chapter, please make sure that you have some kind of support in, like, a reference from the, like, you know, previous studies. All right. So this is missing all the time, because when you write, it's like fluent writing, right? So when you write it, it's like you kind of, like, you know, swimming in the, like, the world of writing, and you forget to, like, you know, you have the idea, but still you need some support as a reference. All right. Okay. So the H2 here is to ensure the consistent, right? What could be consistent in the writing? And this is, like, you know, always the problems of, like, writing research, lack of consistency, right? So first of all, consistent here, meaning that, you know, your research questions and your research objectives should be the same number, right? And we explore the same thing to answer the questions, right? Therefore, it should go together, research questions and research objectives, right? Secondly, let us say the terminology that you use, right? You need to be consistent. If you call it speaking ability or flipped learning environment from the title, you should keep using this term consistently, right? It's not that, you know, when you use flipped learning environment in the next chapter or the next paragraph, you use flipped classroom and then flipped learning or flip whatsoever, right? You need to, like, be consistent with the term that you use to avoid complication or, like, confusion, because you need to, next thing, like in this chapter, you need to give the like operational definitions, right? Therefore, you need to define the terminology that you use, right? Well, research writing is not other kind of writing, because sometimes you are very creative and you maybe, like, you know, you graduated from, like, maybe the School of Arts or something like this, that suggests that please do not use, like, you know, the repeated words, right? To avoid, like, you know, boring boredom to the readers and things. But in the research, it's different. You need to keep using the same term all through 5 chapters. When you use learners, for example, in your title, you can't say students, learners, Mathayom students, you know, it can't be vary. You need to keep using this term all through 5 chapters. All right. So this is the consistency that I'm talking about when you write. Do you do that? So go back and read your work. All right. Synonyms sometimes, but in the keywords, like the key terminology, you shouldn't, right? The synonyms for certain like expressions, you can do that, right? But in the, like, let's say, in the variables, for the variables and things, especially like the key terminology, I don't think that, you know, it's appropriate to, like, you know, to change it variously all through the chapters. Okay. Not only that I judge, but each time, like, you know, there are always the issue for the committees to talk about. This is the same issue, right? That people use it differently. So it might brings about the confusion to the readers. That's why, because it might be, like, you know, different meaning. We never know, right? So this is consistency that we need when we read, when we write, right? Then here I come to, like, the next one is the definition of terms, right? So what is the problem with this definition of terms? Seems normal, seems okay, but any idea? So what's wrong with it? Seems fine. So as I mentioned that, you know, our terminologies, right? Research terminology that you use in chapter 1, we call it operational definitions, right? Which means that, you know, you refer to particular traits of, let's say, the variables of what you focus in this study, right? Therefore, this term is good, but it's quite general, right? It's quite general in terms of, like, you know, speaking ability. It could be, like, you know, something broad and general. Therefore, when you use in this study, you might need to, like, establish more of the ideas or elaborate more of the ideas, what you really means by speaking ability in this study, right? So usually in the, like, terminology, in the operational definitions in chapter 1, you might have some paragraph called in this study, it refers to, right? When you talk about what is your variables, sorry, Ajahn Wantana, forgot. What is your variables in your study? Digital platform. If you refer to digital platform, it will be plenty, right? A lot of, you know, it can refer to any digital platform, right? But in your study, what do you use as digital platform? It should be something in particular, right? That is different, or what you really use in your study, right? And they will have some traits, like, you know, different traits from, like, the general one. All right. So this one in the definition of terms, make sure that you really, like, you know, have what we call operational definition, which refers to your study in particular. All right. Okay. So next. We go to 9:02 already. Are you hungry for the break? Okay, so in chapter 3, right? This is like the common dons in the chapter 1, right? For chapter 3, research methodology, of course, it consists of the elements that I mentioned already, right? The population, the sampling strategies, identify the main study variables and tools, right? So this is what we have in chapter 3, and outline analysis methods, right? So in chapter 3 here, I can't say it's in general or, like, common, because it depends on the, like, you know, the types of research that you design, right? It could be like quantitative research design, which is related to all the numbers in the world, right? Quantitative research design. It could be qualitative research design. What is a qualitative research design? Yes, please.
usually just the number that deals with the quality of something to be displayed.
Okay, so it will be like certain particular case that you go in depth analysis, right? In information, and not only like, you know, the numbers that not we barely deal with the number in like, you know, except the frequency things and things, right? In the qualitative research design, and then mixed method research design. I'm not sure that I would say like I have this authority to say this, but according to my like experience of like, you know, being a committee and doing like the research and maybe like, you know, take care of the advices, right? Most of which design, you know, is popular nowadays, I mean, among these three. The mixed design, the mixed method. Because for example, when you like, let's say, talk about the single group design, right, of your participants, of your subjects, right, it could be, let's say, pre and post test with the one group design. And usually when you present this, there's always an issue that there are no control group. People will say, oh, there's no control group. How we like confirm this result, right? And you might have like small subjects in your group, small participants, right? Less than 30, for example, right? Therefore, it's hard to claim with this number for the quantitative one. So they like, you know, it's significantly higher, but based on like, you know, very small for the stats. The more is the merrier. The more is like, you know, in the number is the more, the merrier, right? For example, the survey, right? You need to conduct at least would be 100 participants. So the mixed method would be one of the solution to like you confirm the results, right? So by the number only, pre-test and post-test, it might not be enough, but you have other methods, right? In writing like qualitative and quantitative. Pre-test would go for quantitative, right? So what else can you do to like, let's say, promote the mixed method one? Besides pre and post test, what can you do? A lot, in qualitative, what can you do? Give me some like, you know, interviews. That'll be the basic one, right? Interviews could be besides interview, one more, and I move on. Besides interview, observation or interview. Observation is great because sometimes when Ajahn Pragasit talk about triangulation of the data, right? When you do some kind of like maybe interview or a questionnaire or something like this, right? It's the like self-reported information, right? Sometimes they might just want to please you as a teacher, right? So it will be good if you do like, you know, triangulate with some observation data, right? Or it could be focus group, right? It could be many things, right? To let's say triangulate the like the way you collect the data to confirm your results, right? Therefore, as you mentioned, very good. The mixed method is like more popular nowadays. All right. So this is quantitative, right? Mostly it will be descriptive statistic, right? Quantitative alone is not that bad. If you like, you know, would like to, let's say, collect data like as in survey, right? You can do it, right? Results are based on the larger sample size. As they are representative of the population, this word is very important when you do something by numbers, right? One of the issue of the quantitative one is that can it represent the like population? Can this number? So, well, in this case, when you like on the television, right, on our broadcast, if you heard Dusit poll, something poll, right now, please take a look deeply at how many participants answer where they take this, like, you know, this survey, right? Because it might based on several numbers, right? Which cannot be like generalized to like, you know, or represent the whole population. Okay.
And who financed that poll too? Who financed it? Because they have specific answers they want.
Right, they have some target, like sometimes some poll needs to please some politician or whatsoever, right? But then again, as a researcher, you have some critical mind, right? So you need to take a look like deeply where they get this information, because they have some target or goals when they like take the polls, right? So it's everywhere, right, Ajahn Mike? That's why you can support my idea. So it happened in the US as well, right? All right. So the research study can usually be replicated or repeated because the large number can be confirmed that it is working, right? So this is by the stat. Data in form of numbers. Yes, we all know. So on the contrary, the quantitative research, we cannot generalize. In many cases, right? We need to state in the limitations that, well, this cannot represent the whole population. This would be like the case study. This would be something that that particular in these settings, right? But it's good to know, right? Some qualitative data is very interesting. One of the papers that I review, like this is anonymously, right? Because it needs to be the blind review, right? And it based on like 6 participants only, and writing are all in qualitative data. But when I read it, I found it so good. It's so good. It's a life of the foreign students in Australia, right? And I think that the way they write, like insightfully, elaborately, is so good, right? And it is gives some pictures and interesting to know, right? But when it is like when this piece get published, now I know that this is like one of the authority who is Benson. I don't remember his first name. Phil Benson, I think, right? Well, he is like the authority of the theories of autonomous learning or learning autonomy, right? That's why it's so good. So it can be done as well, but it's difficult to like make it interesting. But I think you can do it if you are interested in qualitative. But it need to be like very elaborate and very insightful information, right? In the writing.
I'd say qualitative generates theory, quantitative tries to prove it.
Right. But then again, for qualitative data, it's not easy, right? To convince people, right? You need to have some style of writing that is very convincing, right? So, well, as it can establish the theory, the ground of the theory and ground the theories by, and it can be the theory can emerge from the qualitative one as well. Okay. Okay. So the mixed method is preferred, right? So the thing is that in chapter 3, what should be like focused in the writing is that apart from like there will be many details on writing the tools and everything, we don't have enough time for that. But at least in the final of chapter 3, please make sure that all the process that you wrote or you write, right? Lead the way to answer all the questions, right? This table is very useful. If you have it by the end of the chapter 3, it will it will cover your data analysis, it will cover your tools development, and it will cover all the that means that all can respond to research questions that you propose. Because sometimes you might be stray, I would say, by many things, and you might not cover everything, and you don't get the answer for your research questions, which is very important because you need to write it in chapter 4, right? Okay. Do you have this table? Okay. By the end, or maybe if you don't write, if your advisor do not want you to write this, you might keep it in your own note, right? To ensure that you have already, because sometimes in chapter 4, right, when you do the research, sometimes you receive many results that not related to research questions, right? and you can find a way to fit it in. But this way, I think that this time is not your time yet, right? Because you haven't passed the proposal defense yet. So that will be like later on for the chapter 4, all right? So chapter 4 presents the key findings, right? For the quantitative research, there's no problem because that'll be like the way that you like represent the results by using tables, graphs, and things, right? In numbers. But for qualitative analysis, usually there are some problems in writing results in chapter 4, right? So usually what are they? Many of like the researchers, they propose things like, okay, this observation data or this interview will be analyzed by using content analysis, right? Some do not even know what is content analysis, right? So what is this table? It would help like, for content analysis. So you need to set some like, ground, right? Some maybe like some ideas to relate this one. They explore perceptions, right? Perceptions. So they need to get through this, like what is really perceptions in this study, right? And this study focus on like the perception that focus on, the 3 key components here: affective, cognitive, behavioral. And we would like to see like the, let's say the positive and negative one, right? And those PA, PC, PB, this one, we call it key coders. Do you know about it? Key coders. So key coders is some kind of frame that when you read the, like, let's say the data, right? Now that you receive, and you need to assign it to the right frame, to the right box that it is fit in, whether it like, positive, whether it's negative, whether it's effective aspect, whether it's behavioral outcomes, right? Therefore, so this one would be like, what we call the key coder when you analyze, when you call content analysis, right? You can like, label it, label it, right? To the like statement as the example is statement that you cite, right? Now from this, the student says something like this, right? And it is very positive in terms of like in the aspect of cognitive, then you fit it in, right? So you will receive like the clearer picture of like, what you analyze in qualitative data, right? So this one is the writing in chapter 4, okay? Any questions so far? And you support with the example from like what you quote from the students. This could be from the interview. This could be from the like focus group. This could be from any like observation, right? So do you have, are you clear with this? I'm not sure. Okay, so let's see. Okay, in the discussion, so what is the difficulties in discussion? Now we come to the end. Actually, this one is the most difficult one, right? Actually, it seems like, and it will be the losing one. I mean, like, because it's in the end, you would like to finish, right? Therefore, every time we have some problem with the discussion, right? What is the like the most problems in the discussion is that when you report the discussion part, many of like, my students, well, right, or many like researchers reported accordingly to research questions, variables of research questions like RQ1 and then discuss RQ2. But actually it's not that, that bad, but then again, it would be a better way to discuss, right? When you receive the result from each research questions, right? For example, this one would be like many findings from improvement of student speaking ability, right? After implementing DIFO is like differentiated something flip learning environment, right? Debate instruction. So to improve the student critical thinking, there'll be 3 questions here, right? But again, when you go for the discussion, what you need to do is, right, to highlight the emerging themes from like, what is striking point that you receive from research question 1? What is the striking point when you receive from when you like receive from like, analyzing research question to something like this, right? And set it into like, the themes, okay? Like this one, this come from the improvement of speaking ability after implementing, right? So it could be like, the theme that we talk about, the ability, the treatment itself or something like this, right? So highlight it into like, topics, subtopics in the like main discussion topic, right? Okay. So I think that would be like a good beginnings of everyone. This is it for like, the tips, do and don'ts. This is just a very like baby steps of yours. You will find many like, let's say the do's and the don'ts when you really write it. And this is the very normal. Don't be discouraged when you write and the Ajahn said, okay, please cross out this like 5 pages here. It's not related to something like this. So it's about write and rewrite and rewrite and rewrite, right? Some of like, the advisors write something like 10 pages and the advisor, it might be me, that they think that, this is not that related and useful for this study. It will be like too much extra information. So take it out, right? So it could, cause something like this, but hopefully that you do not like feel discouraged about this to happen. And okay, so this one would be like something that I would like, share with you that you can, if you are interested in our program, EL program will conduct the, let's say the workshop to like public as well, right? So Professor Brian Patrick is the former editor of like TESOL Quarterly, right? Therefore, if you are interested in, please like scan this and like, even though it's through Zoom, of course, this is very like in, let's say, needed session for like many people, right? And the Zoom can support only 300 seats. Therefore, like, if you are interested in, please scan and like, register. It will be on Tuesday, okay? On Tuesday morning, if you are free, right? Okay, so this is something that you can like access to, like to listen to. It will be helpful for writing dissertation, okay? Okay, and then to the last slide. Good luck, everyone.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, may I invite the first student, please welcome Mr. Yuchata Lamjuanti. Please, for his advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant and Assistant Professor Dr. Sukavatee, which his dissertation title is on enhancing ELT graduate students English essay writing via AI powered writing assistant. Please welcome.
Sawasdee krap, and a very good morning, all of you, and welcome to my presentation. Okay, thank you very much for the beautiful introduction of myself. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Sitthitikul Lamjuanti, a student from the first batch. Okay, today I'm so glad to meet you all, and I would like to introduce to you my advisor, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant, and also my co-advisor, Assistant Professor Dr. Chulalongkorn. As you can see on the screen, we formed the handsome team to do this research. All right, okay. The title of my dissertation is Enhancing EFL Graduate Students English Essay Writing via AI Powered Writing Assistant. So there are a few keywords that might be new in the field of ELT. All right, in my presentation, I would like to cover 4 issues. I'll begin with the significance of the study. Then I will give you the brief introduction of my literature review. And then I will give you the overview of my research methodology. And I'll end with my task and commitment. Let's move on to my first part, the significance of the study. As you can see that nowadays computer technologies plays very vital role in our life, especially in the field of education, and also is coming to the field of English education. So we cannot escape from computer technology, and AI is one of them. As you can see that our mobile phone, television, internet, okay, AI is embedded in every technology around us. So AI is one of the most trustable innovation for English teaching. And for my study, I choose only writing. So nowadays you can see that AI plays some role in writing. And also AI can improve students. It's not only help the writer, but it can improve. But nowadays in Thailand, the study for AI for writing is very few. And also our students, okay, EFL or ELF, okay, now they seek some way to get help from AI. In my research questions, okay, there are 5 questions. Okay, the first one, okay, before I do my study, I would like to see what the errors, okay, among our students, okay, especially in graduate students at my samples. And then, okay, I will use the literature review and previous research to form the design. So the second research question is what should be the design, the process and the lesson plan to teach the sample students. And when, okay, we finish the experiment, I would like to see the differences between the control group and the experiment group. And the last one, okay, I would like to evaluate the effectiveness of the AI powered writing assistant. So the purposes of the research based on the question. Okay, first, okay, as I have said, I would like to explore the errors among Thai graduate students. And the second one is to improve them, okay, to write via AI. And the third one, I would like to compare the writing abilities change between the experimental group and the control group. And the last one is to analyze the AI itself. Okay, now there are 4 hypotheses of my research. Okay, the first one, the hypothesis is that in Thailand, non-English majors, graduate students, we have some set or some certain levels of writing errors. And the second hypothesis is that the use of AI in my research would help in some way to improve the students' writing abilities. And the third hypothesis is that there would be some significant change between the experiment group and the control group. And also my AI has effects on the students' writing abilities. So the scope of the research is that there will be only one AI selected into this research, because I'm not going to compare AI, but I will use one. But now I'm selecting which one is the most suitable for Thai students. And the essay, okay, should contain the academic genres, because they are graduate students, okay, they have to write in English, especially abstracts or articles to publish. So what they are going to write should be academic. And then this research would be arranged as a course. So I will use about 45 hours, okay, as a course to teach them for writing. And also the content based on the sample group's major. Okay, I mean, if their major is in the social study or is in the scientific studies, so the content should be in their field. Okay, next, what I expect as the benefit in this research is that, okay, the AI in this research would be the trustable tool for improving Thai students writing. Okay, now let's move briefly to the literature review. Okay, nowadays, as I have said, AI applications, okay, have come to the field of language education. And in this research, I select only writing. And some part of the world, AI has part in the curriculum. And also for AI, okay, it does not only help the writer, but it can help them check the spelling, check plagiarism, or even help them, okay, when they don't have help from other people. And nowadays, okay, as you can see in the table, the upward trend in the AI research in the world is rising up. It means that in different parts of the world, people are giving greater attention to AI. And AI can be knowledge supply. What mean by this? Okay, it means that okay, AI not only help the writer to produce correct or suitable text, but also when they produce the text, they gain some knowledge from what the AI is showing. So from my review, okay, I have some implications to be included in this dissertation. Okay, in brief, I would say that the advantages of AI in the teaching writing field can be effectiveness, and also it can help the student to be self-regulated, sorry, to be self-regulated and also reflect their abilities. Okay, next, let's move to the third part, the research method. Okay, for the population, I aim to study the whole picture of the northeast of Thailand. But for the sample, I will select 40 students at my university as the purposive sampling because I'm a lecturer of this university. And the design, okay, this is R&D. There will be 2 cycles, okay, research 1, development 1, and research 2 and development 2. For research 1, okay, I will do the documentary research, and then I will form the knowledge I gain from the review to make a survey of in Thailand how they are using AI in writing. And then I will form, okay, I will develop the module or lesson plans, and then I will try out the lesson plan. After that, in the next cycle for research 2, I will use the module with the student. And then when I gain the results, okay, I can report the results. And then I have the results to be improving the module. So this is what I have done. Okay, for the tasks and commitments, okay, I have a few things to say here. Okay, now I have done the review, and I have produced 2 articles from the review to publish in conferences. And now I'm developing the survey to survey the target groups in the northeast of Thailand. And for problems, okay, as I have said, nowadays in Thailand, there are very few. I have found not more than 5 or 10 studies about this field, but in the world, there are about 50 in different parts of the world. So the number of previous work is too low. Okay, when this is a problem, how should I resolve it? Okay, I will have to expand more the review, and then I will try to use the AI myself to gain more experience with my students. Okay, because now I'm teaching students at my university. Okay, 2 courses, so I will insert some AI part into them. Okay, and this is the timeline. As you can see in the result, this is what I have done. And the next part, okay, now I'm doing the preliminary study. And after that, okay, I will do the research in cycle 1 and cycle 2. And hopefully this will be completed by the end of this year. Okay, for the defense of a 3 chapter, okay, it should be in the middle of this year in April or May. And the whole dissertation can be possibly presented by the end of this year or the beginning of next month. Okay, this is what I have planned to say to you today. I'm so glad to be here. Now, I would like to welcome any comments and questions you may have. Thank you very much.
It's interesting title, right? So shall we have our comments with our curriculum committees and our advisor? Please, if you have, yes.
How are you going to know which is the best program, artificial intelligence program?
Okay, there are 2 ways to know. Okay, first, okay, for the official way, okay, I have got the answer. It's called Grammarly, I can say. Okay, it's not for business, but I can say Grammarly. Why? Because Grammarly is popular and is selected into research. Okay, this is for official works, but for non-official work or for the ranking, Grammarly is not on the top 10, but the top 10 it is something else. Okay, now I'm thinking I should get from the official research or I should get from the ranking. But as a academic people, I should use something official. So I would say Grammarly, yes, for the first choice.
Really? Okay. Not my first choice. And that may change.
Yeah.
You know, that may change. And this is for all of you too. You know, there are good programs, but they're not perfect. So you have to be very careful. You have to proofread, do it again. You just can't say, you know, you go to some programs and it'll say it'll transfer to MLA, APA, whatever. It's still not perfect. So you're going to have to read it and make sure that there's little errors in it. Okay. But and also, I have a professor in my PhD program at home who would be very interested in this topic. So when you need an outside reader, if you like, I may be able to set that up for you. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah, thank you very much for your presentation. I think you presented well. Okay, you have ability, okay, to make an effective oral presentation. That's a good thing. Okay, but I have some questions to you. Okay, the first one, AI power writing, okay, it's not clear to me. So you need to establish a framework of AI power writing model activity, whatever, because it's too broad and general. So what framework are you going to follow or apply to design the lessons? And you cannot just allow total freedom for students to use anything. Okay? Otherwise, you cannot control, right? So it's important because you are going to test something to be effective, right? And from the title that you presented, I initially thought that you are going to find effectiveness of AI power writing. Okay, but looking back at your research questions, there are 5. Okay, and I don't think that you prioritize the research questions quite well. Okay, because the first one you asked about writing errors. Yeah, this is not the main objective, right? The main one is to see whether AI power writing activities, okay, would work with your students to solve the problem. So I think it should be the first question. Okay, and if you know whether it is effective or not, maybe your peripheral research questions would be what are the common errors made by the students, and then are those errors, okay, do those, will students make fewer errors, okay, on those grammatical items or whatever? I think you should need more focus. Okay, the first thing you have to fix is think about the model of framework of AI power writing. Okay, I think this topic is possible to continue. okay, as there have been few studies exploring this issue, especially in Thailand. Okay, but you have to review, okay, and identify research gaps and get more clearly. The research questions need to be reworded. For example, you use the terms sample and non-sample students. I think they should be replaced by control group and experimental group. Okay, and reorder the research questions. Those are the main things. Okay, but we are trying to give you constructive comments. Okay, so you don't need to follow everything. Okay, but you have to talk with your advisors and make appropriate adjustment. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to say that your dissertation title is very interesting. Well, I'm the person who are into technology as well to teach language, right? And this is like I think there will be a lot of gap to do with this field of research. First of all, I have a question that I might ask you that what kind of AI do you teach and use in your study? Because AI could be enhanced many types of ability, right? You may see the chatbot is for speaking, right? And when you end up to say it's Grammarly, so careful a bit in the tool selection because Grammarly will focus only on grammar, right? But in terms of writing, there might be other components that get related, like grammar is one part of it. It could be text organization, it could be many things, right? But if you would like to use it, this scope down your work that you are going to explore this trait of writing in particular, focusing on grammar or structure of writing. Well, secondly, I'm interested in your second research questions because you said that you are going to see what is the good lesson plan, right, for teaching using AI to teach writing, right? And I listened to your process of data collection. This is R&D, right? Usually we, if it is not an R&D, just an experimental research, you can do just by review what is used for as a framework to teach writing, right? By literature review, right? But now you would like to explore what can be used in Thailand. It might be too ambitious, no? How would you explore, what people use in Thailand for AI writing? What is your plan?
Okay, the purpose for surveying is to check in Thailand what AI they are using and what experience Thai students is using and how they use it. And then I will have this data to consider what should be adapted into the real lesson plan.
And what if you find out that no one uses it? Because it's quite new, right? How can you be sure that people use AI to teach writing and have enough information for you to establish the framework of instructional framework, right? How to design a lesson, right? I'm not sure about this point. Okay, and be consistent in writing as well. When you said research questions and your purpose of study, it doesn't match together from question 1 to question 5. Please rewrite and read it again whether how can you make it consistent. Okay. Other thing that I might give you some comment here is that when you said that you will teach
by content, right? You will be various content according to the major of the students, right? How can you make all those groups parallel then?
I will use only one major group. Yes. Okay. For purposive sampling.
So by content, you will, this one will be one group study, single group study.
Two groups to compare experimental and control.
Experiment and control.
Right.
Right. Okay. So make sure that they both groups are parallel, right, or equivalent by number, by ability, by everything, right? It might be difficult, but yes. And when you say that it is EFL or ELF student, right? Pick one. What would you like to use, like ELF or EFL? They're different, right? In your participants. But the thing is that the literature about AI, using AI to teach writing in Thailand might be limited. I would say that because it is quite new, but it's worth doing, right? But you might need to explore what people doing elsewhere, right? In the same context of your EFL context or ELF, whatsoever that you choose. That would be all for me.
Thank you very much, Professor.
So very important framework to help you decide the lesson. Otherwise, we cannot prove whether the results will be based on AI or not. All right.
Thank you very much. ขอบคุณครับ
Thank you very much for the presentation today for research.
Hello. How many essays do you plan to have with student write? How many essays?
How many essays, right? You mean in the lesson plan or in the test? In the lesson plans?
I mean, you have them write something.
Yes. Yes.
And then at the end, you then test them with writing again.
Yes.
And then you find the result. So I want to know how many essays that they have to write.
Okay.
Across the town.
Okay. All right. At first, the number of essays will be based on their course. Okay, because the sample groups that we have the English course. Okay, so I will have to intervene to check how many essays I have to teach them. Yes. So for now, I cannot say the number yet. Yes. Okay, I will be as a teacher in their English for graduate students.
So not only one essay, right?
Not only one essay, but only one for the test, pre-test and post-test, right?
And for your participant, you say graduate students.
Yes.
Oh, you have a lot for the graduate students. So what is their English teaching student, or what are their programs?
As I have planned, why I have to do this group, because they come to study on the weekends, okay, and then I have to work on weekdays, so I can intervene on the weekends. And in my university, the big major is education administration. So they are enough to be my samples, okay. So the content would be in their field, and they come to study on weekends. That's why I have to purposefully choose these people. Yes.
And you think about Grammarly, if you will employ the same?
As I have found Grammarly, but maybe I choose a new one, because Grammarly has been researched already. Yes, in other parts of the world, I can be using something new. Yes. And also, as a professor said, I have to reframe again, because Grammarly is focusing on grammar. Yes, but for essay writing, I have to check which part, which content should be should be taught to the student for writing essay. So I have to check the most suitable AI. Yes, not only for grammar. Yes.
Yeah. It's good plan. You know, it is possible to do this research.
Okay. Thank you so much for your comments. Okay, I have lots of knowledge now and benefits. So I will bring those comments into my work. Okay, thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today, I am very glad to be here to present about my report, my dissertation progress report. Today, I'm quite excited. Thank you for sharing up. Because my professor, he asked me that, do you make a merit for today? He asked me, yes. God bless me, yeah. Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce myself first. You can see that I am the most beautiful because my co-advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Sukavatee, and my co-advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant. They are very handsome and very kind for me and help me a lot. For today, I will take my presentations about 10 minutes. And after that, I will be happy to answer the question after my presentations. Let's take a look. The first slide is about outline of the presentation today. Today, I've divided into 3 parts. The first part, I will talk about the significance of the study. And the second part, I will talk about the literature's review. And the last, research methodologies. First of all, I would like to talk about the background of the study. That's why I want to do these dissertations. The fundamental purpose of reading in the content areas is not to be able to sound out words on the print page. Later, it is an active process in which the reader calls upon experience, language, concept, and schemata to anticipate and understanding the author's thoughts, concept, and language. Before the turn of 20th centuries, educators and psychologists note the importance of comprehension as part of reading and are concerned with understanding what happened when a reader comprehends. Reading comprehension is one of the most important study skill in higher education. And because of, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Mrs. Sukavatee, and I want to tell you that I work as a teacher. I am a teacher who work in a high school teacher. I am only one that's to be the high school teachers. And that's why I want to study about reading because of the problems from ONET show that my students have low efficiency in proficiency in reading skill, especially comprehension. So that let's take a look about the significance of the study. Reading is the most important skill among the 4 language skills, as it can improve the overall language proficiency. And among the 4 macro skills, reading skills are considered the main doorway to the knowledge. And this one, I love it because I think if we good at reading skill, that means we can search more knowledge, search more information in nowadays. And I hope in the future, my students, they will improve their reading skill too. Reading show that reading comprehension is a complex process and students usually have difficulty in constructing meaning from text. And some research found that many Thai EFL students have low proficiency in reading. And I agree with this because of I have been teaching for 25 years, and I found that my students, they still have a low proficiencies in reading. And this study was conducted to investigate of the problems on reading comprehensions for Thai EFL high school students. Farewell, 1976, who introduced the concept of metacognitions in education, defined metacognitions as individual's knowledge about his or her own cognitive process. Okay, this is in the pictures is of my student, and I am a teacher. Teaching is hard work for everyone, but for high school teachers, the challenge is undeniable. Greater studies of metacognitive strategy have shown that readers taught to use their resources for cognitive activities in reading have improved their comprehensions during reading. This it is okay. Thank you. He showed me about the time. Research question. Let's take a look. The first one: what are problems and needs on reading comprehensions for grade 11 students? What is the efficiency of metacognitive strategies utilizations to develop reading comprehensions for grade 11 students? Will students who learn reading comprehensions through metacognitive strategy utilizations have higher mean score on post-test than that of pre-test mean scores? The third is the effectiveness index of metacognitive strategies utilizations to develop reading comprehensions for grade 11 students at a high level. And the last, what is the overall satisfactions of grade 11 students towards reading comprehensions using metacognitive strategy? Let's take a look research objective. The first one, to study problems and needs on reading comprehensions for grade 11 students. And the second one, to explore the efficiency of metacognitive strategy in developing reading comprehensions for grade 11 students to meet the criteria set at 80. And to compare student learning achievement before and after learning through metacognitive strategies utilization to develop reading comprehensions for grade 11 students. To examine the effectiveness index of metacognitive strategies utilization to develop reading comprehensions for grade 11 students. And the last one, to investigate student satisfactions towards reading comprehensions using metacognitive strategy. And operations plans of dissertations writing. Phase 1, analysis of needs on development of instructional model based on metacognitive strategies to develop student reading comprehension skill. And phase 2, I focus on development of instructional model based on metacognitive strategy to develop a student reading comprehension skill. And the last, phase 3, implementations of instructional model based on metacognitive strategy to develop student reading comprehension skill. Hypothesis of the research. The first one, the grade 11 student learning achievement on post-test mean score on reading comprehensions through metacognitive reading strategy utilization will be higher than on pre-test mean score. And the second one, the student will have a high level of satisfactions towards the instructional model based on metacognitive strategy to enhance student reading comprehension skill. Scope and limitations of research. Limitations are inherent in any study. This study is restricted to a country, Thailand, in Buriram province. The following are potential limitations of the study. The first, populations. The populations of this study are 200 Madhyam Siksa 5 grade 11 students who study in English course in the second semester of academic years 2023. Buriram under Buriram Educational Service Area Office. Sample for these students are selected by simple random sample with the two main reasons. Because this most of them are the students that I teach them by myself and expect benefit. I hope that metacognitive strategy can improve student reading comprehensions, and the student achievement test in reading comprehension is at a high level. The student satisfaction on using metacognitive reading strategy is a high level. And the last, this study will be useful for pedagogical implications in teaching reading and designing EFL reading for Thai high school students. Literature review. I will review about EFL discussed in Thailand, about reading, about second language reading, about reading comprehensions model, and about the strategies that using in reading research methodologies, as I have told you. The sample is 40 grade 11. Okay. Okay, thank you, because time's up.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Studies on metacognition have been conducted in abundance. So if you intend to conduct this issue, you have to make sure that there are research gaps, or how your study is different. As I told you, there are so many studies exploring metacognition. So you have to be very careful. Now, I want to ask you, what are some examples of metacognitive strategies that you know, and you will use in your instruction?
There are many kinds of metacognitive strategies. In this time, I use like for example, KWL. There's like I think it's good for students too, because I can activate the student knowledge before start teaching.
So you need to be more focused. If you say that you are going to use KWL, then your title is the effects of KWL, not metacognitive strategy. Normally we use different strategies to enhance metacognition. So I hardly heard metacognitive strategy. But on the Buriram, there are many ways to increase students' metacognition. And strategic readers normally employ or have metacognition. That means they know what they know, they know what they don't know, and they know what they have to do in case they don't know, right? So that means they are metacognitive readers. So I think the first thing that you should do is to make sure that your students are fluent readers. Otherwise, in your research question, you said that you want to find out if whether your students are happy or satisfied, right, with metacognitive. If they don't have metacognitive, if they are not highly metacognitive, and how can they use metacognitive strategy? You understand what I mean? So be careful, be more focused. Think about, do you want to explore how to enhance metacognition? And think about the term that we use now, that is metacognitive strategy. Whether it exists or not.
Okay. Thank you, Professor. I think maybe I will study about more about it, and I will use metacognitive to integrate in my lesson plan, and I will teach my students to lesson plan.
And how will you integrate metacognition?
Because I have to know the step of using metacognitions.
Okay, so do more literature review. Okay, so this you are concept paper. So it is doable, but you have to be clear of those issues. Have to start with, otherwise, you get mixed up with the term metacognition, KPL, metacognition strategy, something like that. All right. If you are clear at the beginning, then you can move on. Okay, with more confidence.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, and if you claim that your students are low proficient readers, okay, so will they use metacognitive knowledge, okay, when they read? Okay? Because research suggests that metacognitive readers are fluent readers.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pragasit has the point that I would like to cover as well. Well, I think that there's a little bit of confusion, like metacognitive strategy and activity, right? KPL is an activity, which could be like portrays like in the use of metacognitive strategies. But it is not itself a strategies, right? But it's a kind of activity, right? So I think that from this presentation, you better study more in 3 fields: reading instruction, right? Reading instruction, what kind of instruction that people use in general, right? I mean, make a survey, right, and read a lot. And then the other one is metacognitive strategies that you are going to use it in your study, because this one is not that clear now, right? So study more. What are they, and how would you integrate or use it in the design of instructional design that you are going to end up with when you finish your literature review, right? And well, there are many levels of comprehension though. Would it work for every level? You need to find out. For example, is it good for literal meaning comprehension, or is it metacognitive strategy, is it good for interpretative level or other levels? Right? Do you understand what I mean? Comprehension is not just comprehension. There are many levels of comprehension. And cognitive strategy, metacognitive strategy might be good for certain level, but not for the other one, or something like this. Okay. So the thing is that you need to read a lot. Read a lot, make annotation, as I mentioned, right? And react to it, and you will find the answer later on. And yeah, and find things more of the literature in Thai context. Then, right? I think reading comprehension, as a studies in Thailand, there are many pieces of thesis or dissertations already. During this past 20 years, right? So take a look and read more about what people found out as a result. And in your plan of literature review, I can't help seeing you mention the first of this discourse. So why would you would like to explore this discourse? Can you turn to part 2 slide? Part 2 slide, your literature. Part 2.
Literature review, yeah.
Okay. Another one?
Another one. Oh.
I can see something. Yeah, okay, this one. This course in Thailand.
Oh.
Or the background of English curriculum and basic education.
Yeah, yes.
You better tackle what is reading, right? Explore in particular, because your rivals will be reading.
Because I want to check about curriculum, the index of the curriculum. Yes.
Yeah, because you are like, school students, right?
Yes.
Participants. Okay. So the thing is that I think that this research, the idea is not clear yet. So what you need to do is read more, right? And crystallize and synthesize what you have read, and then you will like come up with the solution. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor.
Agree with what the committee members said. They gave excellent feedback for you. One thing I would be careful of, not only for you, but for other people, when you make a statement, you have to back it up. When you said high school teaching is the most difficult, I know many elementary teachers who would not agree with you. They think their job is more difficult. So you have to be very careful making these absolute statements. Would you agree? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Think about using think aloud.
Think aloud. Yeah, Professor. Think aloud. Okay. Thank.
Not think in not the language.
I see. Any questions so far?
We talk about for the first objective, we talk about what is it? You look for problems and needs on reading comprehension. But what do you do is that? What is your instrument?
First of all, Professor, because before I start, I have used the questionnaire to survey my students about problems on reading comprehensions. I use questionnaire. Yes.
So the questionnaire will show you about the problems of students, problems and needs of students.
Yes, because my students usually tell me that the reading comprehension passage is quite difficult, and when they see the long text, they don't want to continue to read it, as sometimes it's difficult for them to find a main idea like this.
I heard you talk about the own results, right?
Yes.
So I think you should take a look at the results of all the tests of students and look for some, their weakness, and try to get rid of the weakness or improve their strength about doing the bonus test in case of reading comprehension or reading test.
Yes, because I have seen from the result of ONET test, and I have seen that they weak in reading comprehension. So I try to study about reading comprehension, and when I study about the previous study, I have seen that metacognitive is the metacognitive strategy is good for solve this problem. So I decide to choose this reason to use a metacognitive strategy to solve the problems.
Yeah, the first phase of yours is about survey.
Yes.
And the second is about experimental. And how many groups of your students to do in this study? How many groups?
2 groups. The experimental group and the control group.
So your design is what? What is your design?
Because I want to.
No. What is your design? For this study for the second phase? Experimental.
Experimental.
Yeah. What is the design? As Dr. Pragasit said this morning about the design.
One group pre-test, post-test. That's right.
It says 2 groups.
2 groups. Yes, I say because in the morning. Yeah. 2 groups because experimental group and control group, pre-test and post-test. Because I want to check about their achievement on reading comprehension. Yes. Thank you so much.
Any questions so far?
I agree with that. I think that the first question is not that necessary, right? Because what would you obtain is data for create materials or to do what? The first question.
The first question. To study problems, I use the questionnaire to survey the problem because I want to know the problems, and my student they answer about the questionnaire, and I know about the problem that happened with my student while they reading. Oh no.
You can go by literature review.
Okay.
Read a lot of like literature review that they have been conducted with Thailand.
Okay, thank
This
you.
these are common problems, right? That previous literature suggested already, and when you can add up to that, maybe from your baseline study, I confirm that this will have similar problems as previous studies suggested. Something like that. But you have to cite references. No need to conduct a survey again. Because this has been done for ages.
Thank you so much for your suggestion, Professor. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, good afternoon. It's a great honor to be here today for report my dissertation progress and title Pragmatics Competence of Thai University Students. I am Chulalongkorn, the Ph.D. candidate. Okay. My major advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant, and my co-advisor is Dr. Sukavatee. Okay, my presentation divided into three main parts. The first one is about the significance of the studies, followed by the literature review and research methodology, and I will plan to go to the operational plan for my dissertation writing as well. Okay, let's start with the significance of the research. Since we know that pragmatic is crucial for any language use, if the person wants to understand what is meant in order to keep on conversation effectively. So pragmatic competence had been acknowledged as an essential part of communicative competence. As I answered 2004, confirmed that pragmatic competence emphasizes appropriateness in communication. Moreover, a crucial issue in evaluating and advanced language learners show that the learner can communicate effectively and culturally appropriate by increasing pragmatic competence. Moreover, it is essential to pay much more attention to the development of pragmatic competence to avoid pragmatic failure in communication. In developing pragmatic competence, the pragmatic competence assessment is cut in. And the pragmatic competence mainly focuses on one or the another aspect of pragmatic competence. However, a difficulty thing is the method for instrument used to elicit or gather the data. Okay, for my literature review about the method in collecting pragmatic competence data, I found that the method goes to the discrete competence task. And for my synthesis study about the instrument for assessing pragmatic competence is go to the written discrete competence task, followed by multiple choice competence task and discrete role-play task. Moreover, for my synthesis again about the components used in assessing pragmatic competence, found that the first one comes to speed acts, followed by implication, routines, and presupposition. So it leads to my research gap. While the majority of the study in these fields employ written discrete competence task to collect the data. So I plan to develop a new multiple choice discrete competence task with the written this core competence task to assess the knowledge of pragmatics. Also, my previous study of pragmatic competence assessment has concentrated on the knowledge of speech act. So my study will add more other aspects in order to fulfill another aspect of pragmatic competence. One more thing I found that not many previous study on pragmatic competence assessment in Thai context. So I try to like add more literature and the testing for test the pragmatic competence of Thai students. Okay, it leads to my research objective. Number one is to synthesize the components and instruments used in assessing student pragmatic competence. Number two, to develop the pragmatic competence test. Number three, to verify the quality of pragmatic competence test. Number four, to explore the level of pragmatic competence of Thai university students. Number five, to realize whether the students are able to identify the appropriate and inappropriate utterances. Number six, to examine how Thai university students respond in different situations in terms of the strategy used to realize the pragmatic productions. And the last one, to investigate viewpoint of Thai university students regarding pragmatic competence in English learning and usage. So it comes to the question. Question number one, what component and instrument used to assess student pragmatic competence? Number two, what are the characteristics of the pragmatic competence test? Number three, are the quality of the pragmatic competence test verified? Number four, what is the level of pragmatic competence among Thai university students? Number five, are Thai university students able to realize the appropriate and inappropriate in different contexts? Number six, how do Thai students produce pragmatics in different contexts? And the last one, how important is it to develop pragmatic competence? Okay, for my scope of the research, okay, I will conduct with the Thai university student who selected by convenient and purposive sampling technique. The instrument used are the discourse competence task and interview. The study will be divided into two phases. Phase one is about the develop the test, and phase two, I will use the test to test the pragmatic competence of the studies. And for get more in-depth understanding about pragmatic productions, the grammatical error occur in the written competence task to avoid. Okay, and I do hope that my study will enrich the literature in pragmatic competence testing and help in understanding the pragmatic competence level of Thai university students and make some contribution to improvement of the Thai university student pragmatic competence. And the last one, help in design the curriculum or syllabus and support the course designer in choosing teaching materials or creating exercise, as well as selecting typical types of impression used in the classroom. Okay, for the study view, I will review about the communicative competence, the theory of pragmatics, the development of the pragmatics, pragmatic transfer, pragmatic failure, pragmatic competence, testing method of pragmatic competence, and the previous studies. For the population, I plan to make with the habituality students in the northeastern of Thailand. The 200 students were selected by convenient sampling technique from 5 universities for quantitative data, and 25 students selected by purposive sampling technique from 5 universities for qualitative data. So the research tool I plan, the first one is this competence task, both multiple choice and written. So this instrument I will use to study about the level of pragmatic competence. So, to focus on the realizations of them, how do they realize the appropriate or inappropriate utterances, and to check the strategy used to realize the pragmatic productions. Moreover, I will use the semi-structured interview to study about the viewpoint regarding pragmatic competence in English learning and usage. So In data collection, the discard competence task for quantitative data will transmitted to the student in the same time, and the time for the test about 2 hours. After the test, the student will immediately make the semi-structured interview about 10 minutes. Okay, for the data analysis, I plan to analyze the multiple choice and written discard competence task by using descriptive statistics for quantitative data. For the qualitative data from the semi-structured interview, I will use the content analysis. Okay, and I do hope that my innovation from the study is about the pragmatic competence test. This is the operational plan of my dissertation writing that I made a promise with my advisor. Now I have done the first draft of chapter 1, and I plan to finish all within the April and make a proposal defense on May. But I plan to make finish 5 chapters around January 2024 and to Viva around April 2024 as well. Thank you. That's all for my presentation.
Thank you very much. On this occasion, I would like to invite humanities experts and other committees to give some comments, please.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Okay, from what I listened to the presentation, you presented many issues, okay, in breadth, right? Lacking details, okay, so in-depth details. So small is beautiful. There are too many research questions and they are all different. That means you have to work very hard, okay,
yes,
in order to fulfill all the proposed research objectives and questions, okay? And they seem to be very general, right? Your research questions. For example, I was wondering whether you plan to create a pragmatic competence test. If so, what is the statement of the problem? What's wrong with the existing test and why you need to develop or create a new one, okay? The research, since the problem statement is not very strong, okay, it leads to a weak rationale of your study. I don't see, what, I'm quite blurry, okay? I'm not sure what you are planning to do, about pragmatic competence, even though the title itself, okay, is very broad and general, right? So I don't know what you're going to do with pragmatic competence. Are you going to analyze the pragmatic competence, okay, of Thai students, or are you going to develop a test? You have so many things, okay, in your research. And for example, research question number 1, I think this can be answered and found in literature, right? No need to invest time, money, energy, to do this research question. Yeah, so to my impression, very broad and general. Okay, so small is beautiful, be more focused. Okay, but at least you know. Okay, this is your research interest. Read more. You just Google, okay, research, okay, on pragmatic competence. Okay, you can see many papers popping up. Okay, and try to take a glance at the ones, okay, that you feel that they are relevant, okay, and try to read, analyze, and come up with something, okay, that you need to focus on, okay, in terms of pragmatic competence of Thai students. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm quite agree with the Pragasit, because by the title, first of all, it's kind of broad, and we can't tell what you are going to do. And after listening to your presentation, still not clear, right? What is the focus? Are you focusing on the assessment?
Yes.
So you are going to plan to develop a test
Yes.
and inventory,
ค่ะ.
right? To assess therefore the research design would be different. If it's about the test, you would test the let's say the quality of the test that you developed, right? So the outcome of the measurement of the test wouldn't be the major thing that you need to do, right? And you have a lot of research questions, and you have a lot of research objectives, right? Which is you can group together actually, right? But then again, if you really focus on making an indirect assessment, research is different from the instruction. Therefore, the process, the validation, the tools or the test quality need to be proven, right? In different way, not as in the instruction way, right? So be sure first what you are going to do, right? And but really, is the test that you're focusing?
Actually, in my mind, I think about test or just do some, how to say, teaching.
There's no teaching here, right?
No. My advisor said, why don't you teach something to enhance the pragmatic competence? I mean, teaching method, something.
Also, you plan in the future, but you look for
I cannot decide my mind.
So you have some time to decide later on, but you need to focus, because if you like to develop the inventory or the test, the research design would be different from the instructional research design, right? So be sure first that, right? And be clear about the competence. Pragmatic competence is quite big, right? So what are you going to focus on? The pragmatic competence of the hospitality students. In what way? You need to be more precise, right? And for the research tools, right? You make a chart that they are related to the area, right? But actually, when you establish the research tool, you need to link to RQ, because research tool you would like to have it to prove your RQ, to get the answer for your research questions, right? Not only for the area, but for particular research questions. Therefore, please make link to your research questions rather than area. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any suggestions or some comments from our curriculum committees?
Maybe you need to read discourse analysis, or maybe conversation analysis, okay, in order to measure, okay, pragmatic competence.
อาจารย์ดร. บุษบา just actually me something like you don't need to make the mathematics competence test, but we can get from. But because I found it's not in Thai context, I just discussed with my advisor. If he said if you want to do, it just focuses on the Thai context.
Yeah, but testing research, right? There are different ways to conduct the research in the assessment and but evaluation and assessment there will be certain patterns, right? Not to prove the or so be sure first thing.
So looking to go in the direction of assessing pragmatic competence, analyzing pragmatic competence, or increasing pragmatic competence by using a teaching method that you later answer the question. So yeah, I think the main problem is this is our focus.
But if you ask my opinion, I think that, you better do something on the CA or something that, that exists already. You don't have to develop. Because we would like to improve, right, the pragmatic competence in hospitality students.
Yes.
Right? We would like to make it better.
ค่ะ
To make it better, the test is not. Test is just for measuring, right? But if you would like to improve as your researcher's intention, you need to look for the treatment rather than developing the test.
Okay.
So it seems that you are not sure about your study.
Yeah.
What you are going to do is about pragmatic competence of Thai university students. So you focus on Thai university students or only some students in
To find it, actually, I cannot decide my mind. I want to make the test or do something to improve the pragmatic competence. Yes, I cannot decide for myself.
What is exactly the statement of problem? The poor pragmatic competence or the poor test that exists? What is the really, actual statement of problem here?
Maybe the
Which one?
the poor pragmatic competence.
The poor competence, therefore look for something to improve this, right? Not the poor test quality, right?
Yes. Okay, thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sukavatee. Today, I would like to present my dissertation progress report. My dissertation title is Engaging Literary Text to Enhance ELF University Students' Critical Reading Skills. And my major advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Sukavatee, and my co-advisor is Associate Professor Dr. Akkarapon, Nuemaihom. I would like to present 4 parts of my presentation today. The first part is the significance of the studies. The second part is the literature review. The third part is the research methodology. And my last part is other tasks and commitments. Let's start with the first part, the significance of the studies. In my first part, I have divided into 6 key points. The first is the background of the studies, the significance of the research questions, purpose of the research, scope and limitation of the studies, and my expected benefits. Let's start with the background of the studies. Nowadays, teenagers in Thailand's reading behavior is being disrupted by modern and advanced technology. According to the Publisher and Bookseller Association of Thailand, or we can call it BUPET, and Chulalongkorn University Economic Faculty reported the survey that Thai people's reading rate spend only the average of 28 minutes a day reading books. And this also reflects the Thai students' reading behavior. Their reading habits are declining. Also, students are lack of ability to think critically and are unable to understand the purpose of reading. Therefore, I would like to develop and enhance the students' critical reading skills by engaging literary text in teaching and learning for the first-year students in the Bachelor of Education in English at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University. So this leads to the significance of my studies. The significance of my research are developing the students' critical reading ability to a higher and a sustained level. Also, I want to I want the students to enjoy reading and also enhance their reading skills through their enjoyment. Also, I would like the students to read critically, and they will be able to analyze, synthesis, and evaluate what they read. My research questions are, the first one is, how does engaging literary and non-literary text have an effect on developing students' critical reading skills? The second one is, are there any differences in the critical reading skills of ELF students taught by engaging literary text and non-literary text? And my last research question is, what are the students' attitudes towards learning critical reading by engaging literally and non-literally texts? And the purpose of my study is to examine the effect of engaging literally and non-literally text on developing ELT students' critical reading. The next is to compare the effect of engaging literally text and non-literally text on developing ELF students' critical reading. And my last purpose is to study the ELF students' attitude towards teaching critical reading by engaging literally text and non-literally text. My scope and limitation of the studies. This study is limited to the first year students in Bachelor of Education in English at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences through Rajabhat University. Students will be divided into two groups, an experimental group and a control group. Literally and non-literally text will be used as reading material in the studies. The literally text will be included short stories, poems, play, and folklores. And the non-literally text are articles, new report, instructions, and documents. My expected benefit for this study is the experimental group will have a higher score in their critical reading skills than the control group. And the experimental group will enjoy reading and learning more than the control group because of the material that are given. And the literally text that will be used in my research will be a great tool for the students to enjoy their reading and enhance their critical reading abilities. And also the result will show the test score and questionnaires and in the interview. This study will help develop and improve the first year English major students in critical reading skills at a higher and a sustained level. My literature review will consist of 5 parts. I have previous studies and research work are presented in this part, including critical reading skills, English as a lingua franca or ELF. Next is the literary text and non-literary text, and the last is the teaching literature instructions. Next, I would like to talk about my research methodology. There are 3 parts in this research methodology: the population and samples, research tools, data collections, and data analysis. My population of this study consists of Thai students in the Bachelor of Education in English at the Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences through Rajabhat University. And to select the sample of the studies, I will use the purposive sampling because based on my assigned teaching course. And the next is the sample of my studies will consist of 60 first year Thai students enrolled in a compulsory course, critical reading. The participant will be divided into 2 groups. Group A and Group B consists of 30 students per group. Group A will be the experimental group that will be taught using literary text. And Group B is the control group that will be taught using non-literary text. Before the experiment, students will be measured whether the students in both groups have the same level of critical reading skills by doing the pre-test. The research tool that I will be developing is, the first one is the critical reading test. The second one is the lesson plan that I'll be using to teach both groups. And the third is the questionnaire. And the last one is the interview. The critical reading test will be developed for pre-test and post-test to measure students' critical reading skills in the experimental group and the control group before and after the experiment. The test will be divided into 2 parts, multiple choice questions and open-ended questions. And also the multiple choice part will be designed to test 4 main elements. The first is the distinguishing facts from opinion, making inferences, drawing conclusion, and recognizing the author's purposes. And the multiple choice questions consist of 20 questions, and open and end questions this part will be designed for students to share their opinion regarding the passage that they are reading. My lesson plan will also be set into two lesson plan to develop to teach critical reading skills. My first lesson plan will be used to teach critical reading skills by using literary text, and the second lesson plan will be created to teach the critical reading skill by using non-literary text. The method of teaching critical reading in both sets of lesson plan will have three main stages of reading: the pre-reading stage, while reading stage, and post-reading stages. And my questionnaire will be used to study the students' attitudes towards literary and non-literary text, which enhance their critical reading skills in both experimental and control group. My questionnaires will be divided into three aspects. The first is atmosphere of teaching and learning, the activity of teaching and learning, and also the last is the benefit from teaching and learning by using literary and non-literary text. And the last is the interview. The interview will be used to reflect the students' attitude towards teaching and learning by using literary and non-literary text in the classroom. And also this part will gain more information about the students' opinion towards their critical reading abilities by using these texts. And also my interview will be focuses in 5 parts and self-evaluation. The first is, what do they learn from the lesson? How do they learn from in the classroom? How do they feel about learning and teaching activity? And what are the problems and difficulties? And what are the solutions and the problem and difficulties? The time is up. So let me finish one last part. Is the data collection and analysis. I would use both quantitative and qualitative in this studies, and I will use also the mean score, standard deviation, and t-test from the pre-test and post-test. And also I will have the data on the semi-structured interview and questionnaires to measure the students' attitude towards the literary and non-literary texts. And my commitment and other tasks is that I have published some papers regarding the research gaps about what Thai instructors are doing about the teaching critical readings, and also I have read more and review more recent studies in the critical reading skills, ELF, teaching literature instructions, and also on the literary and non-literary text. And the problem that I have doing my dissertation is lack of time and lack of consultation with my advisor, and also lack of consistency. And what the effective solution that I want to have is to spend more time reading and writing my thesis and consult more with my advisor, and also set deadline and schedule of my thesis. Okay.
Is it all?
Yes. Thank you.
Time too fast. All right. With some comments from Dr. Pragasit, please.
Okay, again, thank you very much for your presentation. I'd like to say thank you at the beginning for every presenter first to give the encouragement. Critical reading skills is a vital issue that needs more exploration. Okay, and I agree that you should do something about critical reading. Okay, but by looking at the title alone, okay, engaging literary text. Okay, that means you are going to use literary text, okay, as study materials. Okay, but we don't know how are you going to implement, okay, activities that promote critical reading skills. Okay, because I don't think that using study materials alone, okay, will sufficiently promote critical thinking skills, right? But it is about how to implement, okay, activities, okay, to promote. So you are lacking activities, okay, or teaching method. Okay. Also, okay, the questions that you will be using perhaps during the class and for the pre-test, post-test, this must reflect, okay, the measurement of critical reading skills. So you have to be very careful. You cannot ask, what does he refer to in this passage? Because it's only at comprehension level.
Yes.
Okay. You presented about some questions that reflect critical reading skills, for example, authors, purpose, distinguishing fact and reason. Okay, that's good. But when you use them, okay, to develop test items, you have to be careful. Okay. So what you need to do is to add, okay, what teaching method are you gonna use, okay, in order to plan the lesson, and using the literary text to promote or enhance, okay, critical reading skills. And when you talk about significance, be careful. I mean, not be careful. You should know that the levels of significance, okay, include. You may talk about pedagogical, okay, significance. You may talk about methodological significance. Okay, you may talk about empirical significance, or even policy making significance. If they are, okay, relevant, okay, to what you think, okay, will contribute to it. Yeah, so think about these different levels when you write about significance of your study, because significance means contribution, in other words.
Thank you.
Yeah, and not yet finished. Yeah, I think you need to think about treatment or intervention, okay? Because I think it's okay to use non-literary texts because they can promote critical reading skills as well, as long as teachers use, okay, appropriate activities and they use appropriate questions, right? So only literary text alone, okay? Okay, what treatment you will use?
Thank you so much for your advice.
Please.
Okay, so well, for critical reading skills, right, that you like to improve, I think you need more literature to support as a support evidence. Then you say the let's say statement of problem, right? You mentioned only that's a problem, but emerge from you alone, or there'll be some previous findings that say that we have like kind of critical reading abilities problem here in Thailand or what, right? So secondly, I would like to know why you choose like ELT students, ELF.
At
Instead
first,
of EFL.
at first it's EFL, but my advisor said that it's outdated already. It should be something new, like about ELF or Englishes, to make it my topic more interesting.
Yeah, and the inside should match, right? When you
Yes.
choose like to work with ELF, it might be, like the English in materials that you select. Should it be global Englishes or what? Or like the native, only, right? So you different, right? If you choose ELF, it's not from nowhere. You need to link it to your study, right? You use ELF because, then you see the significance of English as a medium or lingua franca. That's why maybe materials that you choose in this study, right? Literary, non-literary, it might contains some like global Englishes content or what, right? Something like this. And when I think that the limitation that you mentioned is not limitation. When you say that, your limitation is because you use this group of students. This is not a limitation. Actually, at first place, I'm interested in like, the term engaging, and I expect more. Because I think that, you might have some kind of activities other than Pragasit mentioned, right? Make the text more like engaging, like in activities or in somewhat, right? But we don't see from your presentation what you mean by engaging. And yeah, and in your design, why do you want to like make it two groups with the text
Do you want to compare?
Yes.
Compare literary text and non-literary text, right? But usually, since I also teach critical reading, they use like different frameworks to analyze. So is it comparable? This is the question you might need to look for, because for literary text, we use another framework to analyze for critical reading. And yeah, I think that in the instructional plan, we need to be more clear of how to teach, right? And if you would like to compare to group A, group B, right? Using different genre of text, right? Somehow you need to like ensure that both treatments are equal. I mean, even though they are different genre, right? It should be the same length, the number of words, same level of difficulties, something like this, right? And can they be compared? This is the question. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koi. And any feedback for our professors?
Actually, I like your literary text, current skills. But you have two groups, right? Control and experimental group, and you use contents that is literary text and non-literary text. What difference between literary text and non-literary text? And what content do you use in those texts?
My literary text will be short stories. I need to set the criteria, like Dr. Pornpimol said, that I have to find the same length, the same level of and I have to make sure that they are comparable, because if I want to compare two groups, it must be comparable. I need to find and set a criteria to make it more reasonable to compare both. And for the non-literary text is a newspaper or something that is fact, not something that is the author's opinions or their own purposes. Something that is like short stories and things like that. May I add something about pre and post text? Because if you would like to use different genre of text, right? Anyway, you need to have the same set of pre and post text for both groups. I mean, make sure that the text doesn't like favor just only one group, right? And identify the text that could cover everything or not, right? So that's the question again. Because we usually use the same set of pre and post text for both groups anyway.
Yes.
So I have a question. How can you feel sure that your samples share the common characteristic? I mean, experimental group and control group. How can you compare these two groups?
You mean the level of their reading skills? Or?
Yeah, because since they should like share the same characteristic, right? Like the level of their language proficiency. So
I will test them first.
What type of test?
The critical reading skill test that I need to create to measure them first and group them into the level. This is what I plan.
All right, no more questions. Thank you very much for our comments for the summit.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Let me introduce myself. I am Assistant Professor Somyong Somin. Today I will present a dissertation progress report. For my topic of this is an applied linguistic theory to develop the teaching material of translation to enhance the translation ability of Thai EFL learner. My advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Kampilaphat Intanu and Associate Professor Dr. Akkarapon Nuemaihom. Okay, I will present today for the first class significance of the study. Nowadays, English language is also used in Thai society, but English skill of the student is still very poor, especially the micro skill as translation skill is the most common problem of Thai students. According to Akkarapon 2019, Thai students usually translate Thai into English directly, and grammatical structure is also problem of them. Translation is the most common problem because the students usually translate Thai into English with mother tongue, and the grammatical structure is a problem for the student because the structure of Thai and English are very different. Buriram Rajabhat 2019 and Velika Mamon 2019. The most common mistake in student translation is the grammar mistake because they lack of knowledge about linguistic translation methods and vocabulary. Thanyarat 2019 and Mana Termjai 2021. The students from Buriram Rajabhat University are insufficient background of knowledge about English and using English. They always make mistakes in their writing and translation. According to the research of Phongkuhi in Sitthitikul 2020, he found that the student made mistake in all three main categories: grammar, content, and structural sentence structure. And according to myself, because 2022, I have conducted a small research with the student in my class. I found that the student make mistake in use of verb construction, use of tense, and use of the leadership pronoun. This is the problem of the student in Rajabhat University. So to solve this problem and to improve the translation skill of the student, I want to develop the teaching material in the subject that I teach, that is academic translation. Research objective, they are five points. For the first one, to survey the translation problem and needs of EFL students. Number two, to develop a teaching material of academic translation subject by applying the linguistic theory. Number three, to study the effect of using the teaching material as the translation teaching approach. Number four, to assist the certification of EFL learner with teaching material. For research question, number one, what are the problems and needs of EFL learner in translation? Number two, how does teaching material will be created with the appropriate method to teach EFL learner? Number three, what is the effect of using the teaching material as the translation teaching approach? Number four, What is the certification level of the learner with teaching material as the translation teaching approach? Number 5, what level do the translation ability of EFL learner increase after using the teaching material as translation teaching approach? For the scope of this research, the first one, the population will be 80 English major students applying for academic translation course in the academic year 2023. Number 2, the sampling will be 40 students from class 1 and class 2 of English major. Scope of content, the theory used in this study will be the theory of translation, the theory of syntax, and the theory of semantics. The theory of translation will be used to analyze the strategy of translation. The theory of syntax and semantics will be used to analyze the structure of the source text and the meaning of words used in the target language. Scope of content, the content used in this study will be the course of academic translation. It consists of an analysis of the difference between Thai and English language, phrase structure, clause structure, sentence structure, translation from English to Thai, translation sentence and various articles, make mistake in the translation, etc. Expect benefit. For the first one, the student can be use a new teaching material into learning. And number 2, the new teaching material will help students to overcome the problem of translation. Number 3, the teacher can use the new teaching material as a handbook. Number 4, after studying with the new teaching material, the translation ability of EFL learner will be improved. And for the part 2 review, I review for the theory of translation as the definition of translation and the type of translation and the process of translation. And it is the process of translation of NIDA and table. And this model of translation of Bedell M. Larson. For this one is the model of translation process of Roger T. Bell. The problem of translation, after I review from another journal or article, I found many problems of the student to translation. For the first one, use the long word, noun, verb, pronoun, and punctuation, lacking of knowledge, grammar structure, lacking of cultural knowledge, background knowledge in the text to be translated, misinterpretation, lack of translate skill, conveying the meaning, analysis in short language, difference between English and Thai language, semantic error, and last one, serial verb construction. This is the problem of EFL students that have about problem of translation. And this is the example or a sort of problem that I researched. Okay, for the 2.2, I review about theory of syntax. Okay. So many that I found in the literature review. Let me pass very quickly. Only show this is the work that I review. It is a structure of English. Theory or semantic. There are two types of semantic. This one lexicon meaning as structural meaning that I find type of meaning. Let me 2 minutes. Theory of curriculum because I want to create a new teaching material so that I have to review about how to create curriculum. For this one, I get from Thai scholar and foreign scholar. Element of curriculum. This one is a more curriculum model, curriculum development. For my research, I want to apply curriculum from Thaba to create my new teaching material from this step. This is Thailand curriculum development. For this design, this research will be separated into 3 phases. For the first phase is documentary research. For the second phase is cartoon action research. For the third phase is analysis of the data. For this one, first phase, how to research document, I will pass very quickly. Classroom action research. This is a step of do the research in first step. Classroom research. Population, how to select population, research instrument, data collection. Okay, data analysis. Okay, thank you so much.
For Mr. Song,
Thank you very much. First question: have you been a monk before?
For 10 years.
Yes, because your presentation sounds like you were chanting. So I have a good guess.
So if he like chanting, you should say Saku then.
Okay, when I look at the research title, okay, I see the word development or develop, okay, which falls into the fourth objective as I presented this morning, right? So you plan to develop something new, okay?
Yes.
But in this case, you're going to develop, I think, across materials, right?
Yes.
Across materials. No, to develop the teaching material.
Teaching material is mean the handbook for teaching the subject academic translation.
So you're going to apply linguistic, not apply,
Yes.
To develop.
Not apply.
I mean, no. So the purpose is to create, right?
Yes.
Maybe across material, in translation. Okay, but you use a different approach that is applied linguistics theory, correct?
Yes.
So the main purpose is to come up with, okay, after you have finished your research, you will present an innovation in terms of course-book in translation.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
In that case, it's going to be R&D research. Okay, the first phase should be to find out effectiveness of the developed course materials. Okay, and then the second phase, you're going to see effect of the developed course materials on students' translation ability.
Yes.
Right. So you need to be clear. Everybody, it's nice, okay, that you present something initially, okay, but many of you, as I myself, okay, at the time of I first conducted my thesis, okay, I was not focused enough. Okay, that's the common problem. So you need to be focused. In that case, okay, the background of your research and also the problem statements that you presented are not relevant. Okay, you need to discuss the weaknesses, okay, of the existing course materials, okay, and define why you need to develop, okay, a new one. So what is missing, okay, in the existing course materials in translation? But conversely, you focus on translation problems encountered by students. Okay, I think this is not actually the main focus. The main focus is to develop. Okay, so that leads to literature review. You should firstly talk about Tyler Karbas in curriculum development. Okay, processes. These two persons are the main figures, main person in curriculum development. Right? And you should talk about course design. Okay, I'm not going to go into data collection, data analysis because I need to make sure that you have, okay, something clear at the beginning. Okay, that is your research objectives and research questions. Otherwise, no need, no use. Okay, to go into details. So it's important for you that if you really want to develop course materials, you have to present and discuss the weaknesses of the existing course materials. As I told you, and why using applied linguistic theory. Yeah, why? And from there, okay, look at effectiveness of the development. Okay, I'm repeating what I suggested of the course materials, and then effects of. So you have many things to do. So think about, okay, time frame. Okay, I have to plan this study carefully because it's gonna be divided into major stages. Okay, which will be time and labor intensive. But if you can do that, okay, it's gonna be a very good research study, but you need to invest a lot of energy and time. Be careful of the spellings at the term that you use. Is going to be teaching materials. So I'm confused. I thought at first that you're going to develop teacher manuals, something like that. Okay, but once you present it all, you're going to develop a course material or textbook, right? Okay, let's be clear about this first. Okay, I will invite one or two further comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for clarifying, the point of, the focus of this study as well. Because, in the title, it doesn't say, right, that you're going to do some materials development, right? So if your focus is on this, please revise your research title to match with what you are going to do in the R&D research here, okay? And the thing is that I admire that you have reviewed quite a number of studies and found many problems and related to translation, right?
Yes.
Ability of the students. But it seems that in your regional, you focus only on the grammatical problems. Am I correct?
Yes.
Right now, therefore, when you develop the materials or when you develop the curriculum whatsoever, right, and you mention linguistic theories, it's kind of very broad, right, in the title. And when I see you bring in the, let's say the syntax,
Yes.
semantics,
Yes.
it's still broad, right? So see whatever, I'm not sure that you finalize
already about what you are interested in the translation problem. Could it be other besides syntactic or grammatical problems here?
Yes.
But if you finalize your scope of your study that you will focus only this kind of problem, please find the linguistic theories that are related to this point only, right? And sometimes you might not need like semantics, you might not need whatsoever, right? And hold down it. And the models of translation, if you review it and what you get from these models?
For this model, I guess from I apply from
so you kind of synthesize, yes. Right? Analyze and synthesize to become yours or what?
Yes, I adapt from Vattana Sitthitikul Chai. This one I found from the research article. Yes.
Okay, so if you are the Ph.D. level, right now you can't bring someone or replicate someone's model. You might need to like read and then synthesize and make it on your own. Right? Yes. Establish your own model. Yes. Right? It will be more at the level of PhD level. It might be good here as the starting point that you might use this in as one of your like components of your model maybe. Yes. And in the future, right? But not take all of this, okay. Right? And again, there's some if you like change this type of study to R&D, there might be like some other stage to go through, right? Apart from what we presented today.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pornpimol.
Thank you.
Dr. Pragasit. What about Dr. Nawamin in the water space? What about all professors? Curriculum committee.
From your, let's take a look at your research objectives and research questions. I just would like to point out for you to see the relevance of your objectives and your questions. Yeah, for your objectives, you say you would like to survey the translation problems and needs. And then your research question, you say, what are the needs of teaching material in translation? I would like to point out that it is relevant. It is not relevant. So you have to check about this. Your expectation, you would like to apply some translation theories, to your teaching handout, but from your objectives and your question, it's not in that way, so it's got to check about that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukavatee, for your feedback for this report. Any questions? Questions? Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The Vice President, Assistant Professor Dr. Prachanant, the Consulting and Program Chair, Associate Professor Dr. Akkarapon, Nuemaihom, Committee Curriculum, Assistant Professor Dr. Sukavatee, Dr. Sukavatee, Assistant Professor Dr. Rajabhat, and Assistant Professor Dr. Thammasat, all PhD students. Thank you very much for the great opportunity today to present the progress report. Please allow me to sit down. Thank you. For this progress report, the title of the dissertation is Development of Instructional Model based on integrated writing approaches to enhance student writing skills. And by Assistant Professor Sitthitikul and the dissertation advisors, Assistant Professor Dr. Nawamin and Dr. Buriram. This is the it's allowed me to put the photos. Very cheerful. Thank you. And my presentation divided into 3 parts. Part 1, significance of the study. Part 2, literature review. And part 3, research methodology. I'd like to talk about the difficulty in writing first. The university students are required to write English works in many courses, such as paragraph, essay, short story, research, or independent study, and many courses about writing, like critical writing, for example. And the challenges that the students face are caused by a variety of factors, including inherent difficulty of writing, insufficient practice, inadequate input, and the student information limitations. Furthermore, students do not write in the classroom very much, and what they produce is typical restricted to classroom-bound writing practice. When a foreign language is involved, the level of difficulty is constantly higher because of the inconsistency between the linguistic and rhetorical patterns used in their first and second languages. Writing can be considered one of the most difficult tasks of the majority EFL students. And the importance of being able to write in second or foreign language has grown in recent years. As a result, several methods to writing, such as product, process, and literally product approach, process product approach together emerged. And this has been focus of FL scholars. Writing approaches are essential in every writing lesson. Without an approach, the writing classroom will move in multiple directions. The goals for a particular lesson will not be achievable. So writing approaches are very important to meet the goals of the writing. And the writing approaches has gone through a lot of changes over the years to enable the second language learner to become a good writer. And there are several writing approaches, such as content-based, process approach, product-based, genre-based, process genre approach. Using integrated approach in the classroom has the main purpose of enabling Thai learners to transfer the skill, and they have gained from each approach naturally from one mode to another, and thus to produce the writing task efficiently. Writing teachers need to incorporate the insights of the 3 approaches, such as product, process, and genre into writing class for teaching Thai students. The strengths of each approach can complement each other to help teachers to develop learners' writing competence by providing appropriate input of knowledge and skill in the writing procedures. So, the objective of this research are to study the problem on English writing skill of the student. Second, to analyze needs on development of instructional model based on integrated writing approaches. Third, to develop instructional model based on integrated writing approaches. Fourth, to investigate the effectiveness of the model. Fifth, to compare student writing achievement of experimental group and control group after using the model. Sixth, to explore the student opinion and satisfaction toward the 5 minutes left. Thank you. Model based on integrated writing. And the research questions: what are the problems on English writing skill? What are their needs? What are the characteristics of instructional model? What is the efficiency of instructional model? Are there any differences between the student writing achievement? What are student opinion and satisfaction toward the model? The hypothesis for the research. Hypothesis 1, there will be difference between the student achievement, writing achievement of the experimental group and the control group. Hypothesis 2 is that students will have a high level of satisfaction toward the instructional model. The population of this study will be the student measuring English, Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences in Rajabhat universities, and the sample will be the student measuring in English,
Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Rajabhat University, and they will enroll on essay writing course and will be selected by using Pragasit sampling. The literature review. For this study, I review the problem and needs on writing approaches, instructional model, construction, evaluation, and assessment for writing related study and conceptual framework. The content-based instruction is the combination, the integration of language and content instruction. There are three models: theme-based model, shelter model, adjunct model. Process approach basically consists of several steps like pre-writing, drafting, responding, revising, editing, evaluating, and post-writing. Product approach consists of 4 main steps: familiarization, step 2, control writing, step 3, guided writing, and step 4, free writing, and focus on the product of the writing by the students. For genre approach, the 3 stages in teaching and learning consist of modeling a text, joint construction of text, and independent construction of text. And the 5th approach, process genre approach, is the combination, the integration of the concept from process-based approach and the genre-based approach. And there are several steps, such as preparation, modeling, and reinforcing, planning, joint constructing, independent constructing, and revising. And I review some related study by the author in writing field. For the research methodology, I divide the study into 3 phases. Phase 1, analysis of need on development of instructional model based on integrated writing. Phase 2, development of instructional model. And phase 3, implementation of instructional model. For phase 1, the research plan I will study the concept and theory related, and the instrument will be the questionnaire, interview, and writing, and will be contributed to the samples, and the result will be the problem on English writing skill and the needs on development of the model. And part 2 and phase 2. For phase 2 will be the development of instructional model. So it will be I will bring the result of phase 1 to find out the characteristic. Okay, not the estimate, the characteristic of the model and the development of the instructional model. Yes, and will find the percentage mean, t-test, E1, E2, the effectiveness of the model. And phase 3 will be the implementation of the instructional model, and the research design will be 2 groups, pre-test, post-test. So it will be experimental group and control group. They will do the pre-test, and group 1 will be taught by the instructional model based on integrated writing approach. Another one will be traditional teaching approach, and they will do the post-test after that. And I will apply the the model for the research plan. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Comments or additional feedback from please.
Thank you very much, Ajahn. Most outstanding student. So don't forget to give me some money from the awards you receive. Okay, our comments are spontaneous. Okay, just right after your presentation. Superficially speaking, looking at the title, it looks okay. Okay, but when I take a more careful look at it, I see quite. I think it's quite important. Okay, number 1.
Yes.
Let me ask you for clarity first. Are you going to develop a model, or are you going to test if the model is effective?
For this question, thank you very much. Because of each approach have its advantages. It can help the student in different way, but however, each approach has their drawback or disadvantages. So I would like to make a new model, instruct a new model by integrate some approach together to help the student develop their writing skill. Yes, Professor.
Oh, okay. So the instructional model that you mentioned is your own. Based on several
approach
models, right?
Right. Yes, Professor.
So these are going to be drawn from existing models.
Model, right.
So it's so-called your own model in the future.
Oh, really? Thank you.
No, because from the title, right?
Okay.
Because you're going to develop the instructional model, okay, based on integrated writing approaches. So that means this one is going to be the model to be developed.
To be a new one.
Yeah,
yes.
By you, by Dr. to be Sitthitikul, okay, who also they are not very new okay, right? Okay, to develop a new model. And later, you are going to test if this developed model is effective or not, right?
Yes.
It's the same research design as
อาจารย์วิภาพร
อาจารย์เจ้าอาวาสอาจารย์อะไรครับ sorry
อาจารย์สมยง
สมยง right? The same. I think same research design, effectiveness of the something, and then you test effect.
Yes.
Okay, my question นะครับ how much literature have you read, okay, in connection with writing approaches? Have you read a lot? And this model is based on, okay, from which writing approaches?
For the writing approaches, I have read.
Several, right?
Yes,
several. Process writing, and this instructional model, okay, is mainly okay based on which model or which approaches?
For the models that you mean I will apply in this study?
Yes.
To be honest, I think now I have read some models and I try to collect as much as possible. But I will read more literature review to provide the theoretical theory for my research later. But now I try to review as much as possible. Yes.
Let me suggest something.
Yes.
Okay. To develop, okay, a new model or approach. Okay. Normally, you have to read the ones, okay, that have been used, and then they have been researched already, and suggestions, okay, for that research, okay, are selected, okay, normally, okay. So you have to start from reading suggestions, okay, from the approaches that have been researched, okay, and try to use those suggestions, okay, to defend and to develop and to add them, okay, add new steps or maybe some steps, okay, and come up with something, okay, that is different, okay, something new, not totally new, but something different, based on, okay, certain approaches that you have read.
Yes.
I don't think that it's a good idea in our field just to develop something, okay, out of nowhere. Okay. So if I like to develop, okay, a new reading approach, okay, I would say that from research on KWL, okay, there are something that might not be suitable for Thai students, for example, okay, and for SQ4R, And then from those suggestions proposed by previous researchers, okay, I delete, okay, something, and this is something that, okay, is going to be used, okay, and to be tested.
Yes, I will read more articles, yes,
Okay.
about my title, yes, Professor.
Okay. And the research title normally reflects and inform the research objectives. Okay, so the first thing, okay, the first primary research objective is to find effectiveness, okay, not to look at students, okay, errors in writing or something like that. Okay, because the title is development of material.
Material, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
I see, Professor.
If you can understand what I mean.
Yes, I do.
Yeah, that will be something that you should take into consideration.
Yes.
And I think that this is going to be a good research study in the future.
Yes. Thank you very much.
So my turn now. I would like you to clarify first what is the expected needs that you would like to receive from the, like, you know, in what directions when you conduct the needs analysis, right, in the first phase, right? What do you expect to receive?
For the need analysis, in this study, I expect to earn the problems on English writing skills and the need on development of instructional model.
So why do you need to conduct the needs? Can you just find from the previous studies? Because you don't use the data that you obtain from the needs in your development, right? Do you use it in your development or not? But because we just want to see the problems, right?
Yes, I think it can be used in to make the characteristic of the model together. When I construct the model, I think I can use the problem and the needs to help to design the content and in the model.
So you like to obtain the data from the needs to design the content,
right?
And materials of your writing.
Yes.
So you have some aims to conduct the needs. Right?
Yes.
Because of here, we cannot see clearly how and why you would like to obtain the needs for, right? So you need to be clear about this, that this would be like when you develop something, the content is the some of the materials that you are going to use based on the needs data. And you said that this is the instructional model that you're going to develop, right? But you have reviewed a lot. Now, for that process, have you decided yet, which characteristic would be the prominent characteristic of
each approach has its own benefit and limitation. So now I try to read the writing approach, and I will integrate. I will find out the characteristic of each approach, and then I will select. But it will based on the result of the needs, the problem and the needs on development. And now I got one idea that I have to review more to get the information to be to help. Yes.
Are you interested in genre, right?
Yes, I am interested in genre, in writing, and in move analysis. Yes, and I will because I have talked to Professor Dr. Masuda, and he told me that the process approach cannot be used in the classroom only. So you have to use the genre or any approach to help the student depend on the appropriateness. So I got the idea that okay, I will do the integrated one.
Yes.
Read, but you need to like see some strength of like
The strength of each approach.
But
Yes.
don't mix too much, right? Bring only like certain approaches that
Some feature
that could go together.
Yes.
You don't have to have every like elements of each models in your models, because sometimes the focus of each model is different, right? Therefore, bring something like that could go together to design your model. That would be like more.
Only the outstanding useful element, right?
Right, and then match with the needs that you are going to obtain.
Yes.
In like in question one.
In question one, yes.
Right. And when you conduct, you plan to have 2 groups to study.
Yes.
Right. Yes. And when you mention traditional teaching, writing instruction, so what do you mean by traditional?
The traditional is the teaching approach that the teacher in the university use this approach.
Like what? What are we doing now?
Like product approach or only process approach, only one method.
So you might need to find more information that the current methods, the most used in the classroom, the product-based approach, right?
Yes.
Therefore, if you would like to change something, you might not consider product-based approach in your in your instructional model that you're going to design.
Yes.
Right? Maybe because you would like to make a change, right, in your design of like model of teaching.
Yes.
Right? Okay. So other thing I think like I can Pragasit covered it already. So hopefully you can finalize soon what would you decide to like design in your instructional model.
Yes. Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. Please design couple slides. Don't use too many words. Think about to get the email not see.
Thank you. Actually, I like the title, right? So far, I have been concerned with teaching writing for undergraduate students. I find that many approaches for teaching writing, but I don't know what writing approach that you intend to use in your study.
Yes, thank you very much, Professor. For the writing approach, now I am preparing the theoretical framework for my research, and I review the article. Yes, and last time I write a paper, a synthesis of writing approaches applied in writing classroom, and I find many approaches like content-based instruction, process approach, product approach, genre approach, process genre approach. Actually, there are one more is the collaborative approach, but it's like the instruction approach. It's not the writing approach actually. So in my theoretical framework, so I provide 5 main approach actually, but the other researcher they did the research about writing, but they modify from these 5 main approaches. Yes. But for my own approach in this research, I am not finished with it yet. Now it's just the review the characteristic of each approach and try to find out. So when I got the result of phase 1, I will make it clearly. Yes.
Okay, I hope you can complete your dissertation.
Thank you.
And good luck.
Thank you very much, Professor. Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Before moving to
All right, welcome back to the last section of Ph.D. ELT dissertation progress report for the last 4 candidates from batch 1 and batch 2. Okay, now I would like to invite needs Nawamin to present her dissertation title on challenges and coping strategies of EFL teaching in higher education of Myanmar. Okay, are you ready? Hello, can you hear me? Ajahn Nawamin, can you hear me?
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Right.
I can hear. Yes,
Okay.
I open the song.
All right.
Can you see my PPT?
It's starting. It's
Yes.
sharing. Okay, right now we can see your slide clearly.
Yes. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to express my special thanks to organization committee and all the commentators and my advisors, Associate Professor Dr. Nawamin Prachanant and Dr. Sawarat represent. Then I am also thankful to all my teachers and my friends. Today is a special day for all of us as the PhD student life, and I am very happy to present my progress report here. My name is Nawamin. I am from Myanmar. The title of my research is Challenges and Coping Strategies of Teaching English as Foreign Language in Higher Education of Myanmar. There are three main parts in my progress report. They are significance of the study, literature review, and research methodology. Let me present significance of the study first. English language holds a key importance in present-day globalized environment. The English language teaching is to bring the language the learners use into a closer alignment with the language which the teacher is there to help them acquire. Teaching English as a foreign language is a challenging task. The common challenges faced by EFL teachers are the insufficient teacher training, the problem of language proficiency, limited time, limited mastery of teaching methods, lack of knowledge of information technology, and lack of professional development. This study attempts to investigate English teaching problems and solutions in EFL teaching of Myanmar. This study will prove to be useful for teachers as well as universities of Myanmar. It will help them to work on identifying challenges and barriers and also offers them some practical recommendations to manage the issues and make English teaching more student-centered and practical in nature. Such an approach will ensure that students are able to acquire key skills related with listening, speaking, reading, and writing the language in a proficient manner. Research questions are, what are the pedagogical challenges and professional challenges, emotional challenges, technical challenges that arise from teaching English in the classrooms by EFL teachers in higher education of Myanmar? And how do EFL teachers use coping strategies to solve these challenges of teaching English in higher education of Myanmar? Purposes of my research are to explore what difficulties and challenges do EFL teachers encounter in teaching English in higher education of Myanmar, to find out the pedagogical challenges, professional challenges, emotional challenges, and technical challenges that are experienced by English as foreign language teachers in higher education of Myanmar, and to investigate how the coping strategies do EFL teachers use to solve the challenges in their classrooms. Hypothesis or research are, most of Myanmar EFL teachers will be more likely to face the teaching methods and classroom management as the pedagogical challenges when implementing English teaching. Most of Myanmar EFL teachers will be more likely to face the teaching methods and classroom management as the professional challenges and emotional challenges, professional challenges when implementing English teaching. Most of Myanmar EFL teachers will be more likely to face the anxiety and confidence as the emotional challenges when communicating with the students in teaching English. And most of Myanmar EFL teachers will be more likely to face the little exposure about the knowledge of digital literacy and practice as the technical challenges when dealing with the digital tools in teaching English. Some of the research, this research will focus on the challenges faced by the teachers in teaching English, foreign language in terms of the coping strategies for the pedagogical, professional, emotional, and technical challenges. There are several studies conducted to explore the challenges faced by the teachers while teaching English language in schools of Myanmar. However, there is a lack of detailed studies or focus on challenges faced by the teachers while teaching English language at university level in Myanmar. The present study is conducted to fill this gap in the English language teaching and explore the various or challenges that are unique to teaching English in universities of Myanmar. However, university level students have a wide exposure with a plan for their career in future. There may be some unique challenges associated only with these students, classroom, and universities as a whole. Therefore, teachers in particular for education at university level are identified and interviewed to fill the gap. In quantity my dissertation, these are expected benefits, and behind point of them, it is expected to know the situation of English teaching challenges in higher education of Myanmar, to understand the solutions in teaching English challenges of the teachers, and to be a consideration input in overcoming the difficulties in teaching English. To receive lessons from the teacher without any difficulties so that the lesson can be easy to understand for the students. To be used as resources in improving teachers' performance, especially in teaching English for the universities, and to become professional and innovative teacher in teaching English. And the last one is to provide guidelines for English teachers to be effective in teaching English. In addition, this study will be of great help to improve English language education in Myanmar. Then, this is the second part of my progress report. In my literature review, I am trying to present five main chapters. They are pedagogical challenges and coping strategies, professional challenges and coping strategies, emotional challenges and coping strategies, technical challenges and coping strategies, and communicative language teaching and communicative competence. For pedagogical challenges, social factors, empathy, instruction factors, involving teachers and their classroom challenges, and learners' motivation and self-efficacy. And coping strategies for pedagogical, I have extracted some strategies: improving students' motivation, improving language competence of students, managing limited time, overcrowded class, and participation in social activities and field trips. Emotional challenges, confidence, anxiety, and self-esteem. And coping strategies for emotional challenges is sense of relevance and provide authentic real-world tasks is sense of achievement. And technical challenges, slow internet speed, slow internet speed, and managing multiple online tasks, power outage, difficulty to engage in online classes, and limited of technological tools.
Hello, Omawin. Please share your screen.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, yes. Can you see? Can you see my screen? And yes, and copy strategies for. Yeah, yes.
Please share again.
Yes, I share again.
All right, Ms. Amawin, could you share the screen, please? But actually, you have 1 minute left. You have 1 minute left.
Yes, yes. Can you see my screen?
Not now. No, we cannot.
Oh, my connection is stable, so
Maybe don't worry, you can keep presenting your information, keep talking. A minute left.
Yes. Oh no. Wait.
All right, now we can see your screen.
Yes. Let me present part 3. For this part, I'm going to present population sample. For the research participants, the target audience will be ELT teachers. I will collect the data from different universities and private colleges in Myanmar as research size. For the sample size, the approximate number is about 100. For the reliability and validity of the data, I will do the pilot study. Before I collect data collection process for the questionnaire survey, I will invite 5 professors, 20 ELT teachers, then 2 professors and 10 ELT teachers for semi-structure interview. Finally, I will observe 5 ELT teachers teaching practice in the classroom. And let me, research tools. Here, I would like to present tools. I will use exploratory research in my dissertation. For the data collection method, interview surveys special observation will be used. In quality the data, I will use the mixed method, qualitative and quantitative. In analyzing the data, I will focus on quantitative analysis. How to analyze the data? Yes. For task and commitment, I am currently. Yes. Thank you very much for your kind listening. And sorry for my unstable internet connection. Yes, thank you very much for your kind listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Onmawin. Okay, right. Next, let's have some feedback from our experts and our professors. Okay, please.
Mingalaba, Neka Batala. That means I hope you're fine. Okay, นะครับผมโอมาวินนะครับโอเคนะครับ thank you very much for your presentation นะครับ first of all the research title นะครับ is biased, all right, because it begins with challenges. That means you jump to the conclusion already. Okay, that these participants face challenges only, right? So maybe you have to make your research title neutral by adding challenges and opportunities, something like that, okay?
Yes.
And the purpose of your study is just to seek, okay, an understanding of a situation, okay, that is in your country. So I think this is quite weak. Try to find some ways to strengthen, okay, your research, because this is a PhD research study, all right? And there are very few references you cited, okay? This is a research study. It is not a personal composition, which doesn't need, okay, a lot of references. So you have to write up everything based on literature, okay, or theories, not from your own experience only, all right? So you need to add, okay, more references, because this means you have not conducted adequate literature review, all right? And your literature review basically deals with challenges in different issues. Now, for example, challenges in policy, challenges, you begin with challenges, okay? So maybe you have to read similar research studies and see, okay, how those studies, okay, review. I mean, what issues, okay, researchers review. And basically, this is not a quasi-experimental study, so hypotheses are not needed, all right?
Yes.
So I would suggest you to read, okay, a lot more relevant past studies and try to come up with something different,นะครับ. This study may be new in your country, in your context, but you need to reword, okay, or change the research title. Don't jump to a conclusion that these participants face only challenges. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Neka Batala.
Yes.
Okay, okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time suggestions, sir.
Okay, good luck now with your study and study more, read more นะครับผม
Yes.
Hello, Onma. Do you see me?
Hey.
You hear me well?
Yes,
Actually,
nice
this
to-
microphone is so cute as a microphone. All right, Onma. So first of all, I agree with Ajahn Pragasit, Dr. Pragasit, that you still lack of literature review because mostly of your presentation you say something on your own thinking, right? Based on the challenges and the strategies, right? Coping strategies. So you need to review more on this. But my question is, if you review and you found that there are some challenges in the literature review, so what is the newness that you expect to contribute to this? If people did it already, so what do you expect to generate as the contributions to the newness in the research field? Onma, hello.
Yeah, yes, teacher. Yes, professor. Yes.
Yes. Okay. So yes. So what is the newness that you expect to contribute if people kind of conducted the studies already on challenges in Myanmar, quite a number?
Yes.
If that's so.
Yes. To improve challenges on a teaching classroom, the pedagogical challenges, pedagogical professional, to become professional, technical use of technology to improve teachers their competency. To improve teachers' competency. Yes, I expect.
Okay, so make sure that your study would contribute something, right? And again, it's kind of biased, as Ajahn Pragasit said, that because you start with challenges only, it seems that there's nothing good in in Myanmar, in the class, right? So I think there'll be both the balance of opportunities and challenges, right? And secondly, I think that how would you obtain your data again? What is your method of data collection? How do you collect data?
Mixed method, teacher. Mixed method. Quantitative and qualitative method.
What tools?
And observation.
What tools? Onma, what tools? What instrument that you use to collect data?
Yes, teacher. And tools. Yes. Survey, interview, questionnaire survey, interviews, and classroom observation.
No, instrument. No, I asked about research instrument. Research instrument.
Interview survey.
But before interview,
Onma. Yes.
Onma.
Yes.
Calm down a bit. Okay. So, you use interview. I heard that, right? But before interview, you said that you will go through many universities in Myanmar, right? So I don't know the scope of your study. Which university is your criteria of selection? And what are you doing with those universities is not clear, right? But I heard at the end that you will conduct the interview after something. I don't know what is the something when you like go through many universities. You mentioned many universities, but you need to be clear about, you know, the criteria. How do you select those university? Right? Public university, private university, or what? English major, non-English major, something like this. It need to be like more clear,นะคะ. And again, in your literature review, right, which is like in bullets and not much, right? I found that when you review strategies, they are not strategies at all. They are not. Try to look back. It's difficult for us here for you to share the slide now. But then again, you go back and see your slide. Strategies are not strategies. All right. So you need to review more and to see more, and make sure that this study, if you would like to study the challenges and the strategies, make sure that it contributes some newness in this field. All right. And be clear about, you know, how you collect data. It can be observation, field note. It could be like anything, interview. It could be focus group. It could be anything, right? When you say quantitative, like mixed method, I still do not see the tools that you are going to put questionnaire or something, right? To receive the numbers or descriptive statistic. You are not clear about this. Be clear, okay? And okay. So that's it. I think that you need to review more to see clearer picture of what you plan to do. All right. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, for your kind suggestions, Professor.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Nawamin. That it's no more feedback from our professor. Okay, thank you very much for your presentation. Okay.
Yes, thank you very much.
Yes. Next, I would like to invite Ms. Mary. Ms. Mary, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. She's going to present her dissertation title on teaching English language through literature syllabus, Myanmar higher education context. If you're ready, please.
Yes, can you see my screen?
Yes, yes, we can. It's clearly.
Please, may I start? Good afternoon, all my respected teachers, committee members, my colleagues, and all the participants present here today. I'm Mary from Myanmar. My major advisor is Associate Professor Dr. Akkarapon Nuemaihom, and my co-advisor is Assistant Professor Dr. Rajabhat. Today, I'm going to present my dissertation progress report. The title of my dissertation is Teaching English Language Through Literature Syllabus, Myanmar Higher Education Context. There are three main parts I would like to present here today. The first one is significance of the study, and the second one is literature review, and the third one is research methodology. They all are partial chapter of my dissertation progress report. In part one, significance of the study, the key points such as significance of this research, research questions, purpose of the research, hypothesis of the research, scope of the research, and expected benefits will be presented. In Myanmar, English is a foreign language and is one of the compulsory subjects learned by students from elementary school up to university. This one is significant to my dissertation. And there is also an English specialization for bachelor, master, and Ph.D. degrees, and teaching English literature is highly valued for English specialization students in Myanmar higher education contexts. And this is the current curriculum for undergraduate English specialization student in Myanmar. From first year to third year, the total 10 hours per week, they have to study for literature. So the total periods per week for literature teaching is much more than language and linguistics. This fact makes significant for my study. And literature in English specialization syllabus consists prose, novels, short story, poetry, and drama. So, though a lot of research and study had been carried out in the field of literary appreciation and the present situation of the academic field in our government high schools in Myanmar, there is still lack of research on actual teaching of literature in the classroom of higher education context. This is the research gap for my dissertation. Therefore, the present study aims to help Myanmar EFL teachers and learners to improve their skills in teaching and learning English language through literature syllabus in tertiary level. These are my significance of the research. So my research questions are that, what are the approaches employed by EFL teachers in teaching English through literature syllabus in Myanmar higher education context? The second question is, what are the strategies used by EFL teachers based on the approaches they employed? And the third question is, how do the EFL learners react to the approaches employed by teachers? And the fourth one is, how does literature develop EFL learners' language skills, life skills, personal reflection, and cultural understanding or tolerance? And the last question is, what are the attitudes of EFL learners and teachers towards the use of the literature in EFL classroom? So the purpose of my research is to gain an overview of the approaches and strategies employed by EFL teachers in teaching English through literature syllabus to EFL learners and to help Myanmar EFL teachers or learners to improve their skills in teaching and learning English language through literature syllabus in tertiary level. So the objectives of the research are to investigate the approaches employed by EFL teachers in teaching English through literature syllabus in Myanmar higher education context, to study the strategies used by EFL teachers based on the approaches they employed, to examine EFL learners' reaction to the approaches employed by teachers, and to evaluate how literature enhance EFL learners' language skill, develop their personal reflection, and facilitate cultural tolerance. And the last objective is to identify the attitudes of EFL learners and teachers towards the use of literature in the classroom. This means I want to highlight the current literature teaching scenario in Myanmar. So the hypothesis of my research are, most of the literature teaching in EFL classroom seems to still rely on teacher-centered approach. Apparently, the literature component seems still to be taught in EFL classroom is very classical way, I mean grammar translation method. And students will feel that what they do in the classroom is relevant and meaningful, because most students want to attend English specialization as an English specialization student in university. And the fourth hypothesis is activities and tasks used in EFL classroom seem to develop learners' language skill, life skill, personal reflection, and cultural understanding or tolerance. And the last hypothesis is EFL learners and teachers may hold positive attitudes towards the use of literature in the classroom. So the scope of my research are teaching English through prose fiction and teaching English through short story, teaching English through poetry, teaching English through novel, and teaching English through drama. I mean, through prose fiction, what skill student can get? What is the teacher role? What is the learner role? In teaching short story, what skill student can get? what is the teacher role and what is the student role. In the same way, in teaching poetry, novel, and drama, according to Myanmar syllabus, what role teacher will have to take and what skill student will get. And here, I would like to highlight that there are two key areas in my dissertation. The first one is teaching English language through literature syllabus in Myanmar tertiary level, and the second one is learning English language through literature syllabus in Myanmar tertiary level, from the side of teacher and from the side of learner. From the side of teaching, I will make a research. I will conduct to examine attitude of teachers, and I will conduct approaches, what approaches teachers use and what strategy teachers employ in teaching English. Concerning learning, I will have to explore. I want to explore attitude of EFL learners' reaction to the approaches employed by teachers, and enhancement of learners' language skill, developing personal reflection, and facilitating cultural tolerance. So my expected benefits are to be able to describe in detail some advantages of teaching English language through literature. And this research will also have invaluable benefits to several beneficiaries, that is, other EFL teachers, students from the results of these research. So the literature review I have already read are mentioned here. The first one is reason for using literature in EFL classroom, and the second one is models to teach literature, and the third one is approaches in the teaching of literature. The fourth one is teaching English through prose fiction in EFL classroom. The fifth one is teaching English through short stories in EFL classroom, and the sixth one is teaching English through novel in EFL classroom, and the seventh one is teaching English through poetry in EFL classroom, and the last one is teaching English through drama in EFL classroom. There are so many reasons for using literature in EFL classroom. Like this, I have already read the literature review. According to Carter and Long, in teaching literature, there are three models, like cultural model, language model, and personal growth model. And depending on the model, there are so many approaches. I will make an observation based on this approach. What approach Myanmar EFL teacher use in teaching literature, like language, if they use language-based approach or paraphrase approach or information-based approach or personal response approach, stylistic approach or moral philosophical approach. So I think teaching prose fiction, teaching short story, teaching novel, teaching poetry, and teaching drama can have so many benefits in EFL classroom, but there may be some challenges or obstacles in teaching this literature, because literature like novel, short story, drama, and poetry are authentic material. So to get to fulfill the objective of my dissertation, I will use the methodology like this. So I would like to explain here the population and sample research tool I use and data collection and data analysis method. My key, the target population is English specialization student and English teacher. So I will have to collect data from undergraduate and postgraduate English specialization student and English teacher who are currently teaching literature at selected university. Why I use selected university in Myanmar? The curriculum and syllabus are all the same in the state university. So I will use at least 5 universities. And for collecting data, I will use purposive sampling method and convenience sampling method. And for research,
sorry for interrupting, Miss Mary. So sorry. Unfortunately, time is up. Time is over. Okay.
I will go.
All right. So please wait for our feedback or comments from our experts, please.
Yes. So I will use.
May I invite Dr. Pragasit to give you feedback?
Yes. Thank you.
ถ้ามินชาปีล่ะ
Yes, teacher.
Okay นะครับ from the research title teaching English language through literature syllabus. Okay, the key word, one of them is literature syllabus, but you did not present anything related to literature syllabus at all, right? Okay, this is number one. Okay, and from the research title, what are you expecting from the literature syllabus? That means the dependent variables, okay, are missing. You are going to use literature syllabus to promote what? Okay, to promote speaking skill, writing skill, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so the independent variable and dependent variable should be included. Okay, from the research title, I assume that you are going to use a quasi-experimental study because by using solely qualitative data, okay, will not be able to accurately, okay, measure effects of a treatment. So I think the research design need to be adjusted.
Yes.
And you have too many research questions, especially research question number 4. How does literature syllabus develop students' language skills, life skills, personal reflection, cultural understanding, and tolerance? So after I have read your the research questions, these are considered as dependent variables. So there are so many of them, and some of them are not related to the English language skills. Okay, suppose you want to measure whether literature syllabus have any effect on students' tolerance. So in your pre-test, you need to include questions, okay, that measure tolerance. And I think that this is relevant, okay, to the research in ELT. Okay, so you need to adjust the research questions, and there are so many of them. And one big thing is that if you continue to do this, you need to define literature syllabus. Maybe I think, okay, you are gonna use a literature-based approach, not literature syllabus, okay, as a treatment. If this is the case, and if this is what you intend to do, you need to change the research design, okay, to mixed methods approach, okay, by using pre and post tests, and you need to have, okay, the same group of students, not undergraduate and postgraduate students, because the purpose is not to compare between these two groups. And I don't think there is a good rationale, good reason to compare different groups, okay, different levels. I mean, graduate and undergraduate students. I don't see the need to do so, okay?
Yes, Professor.
And you should present the background information about how English is taught in your country, okay, which can be different from, okay, similar context in other countries, even though Thailand and Myanmar are very close and neighboring countries, the situation can be different. Okay, so you need to give readers general background information about this, which will lead to, okay, the rationale of your study. All right. So yeah, yeah. These are the major comments, okay, that I like to give you, okay. Okay, good luck ครับธมินชาปีลา okay ครับ
Hello, Mary.
Yes, teacher.
Okay, so let me get this straight first. What you plan to do in your study, you do not plan to teach, right? You
Yeah,
plan to collect data by questionnaire or observation, something like this?
yes, questionnaire and classroom observation and semi-structured interview and focus group discussion. In Myanmar context, literature is a must from first year till PhD.
Okay, so this one you need to make it more clear because when you present, it seems like, you know, there's no such literature base or syllabus in Myanmar, but actually it is in the mainstream, right? Already, it does exist, right? You learn English through literature.
But we didn't get enough training. We didn't have teaching effective teaching methodology for literature.
Okay.
Our students will have to take literature syllabus from first year to PhD. So I want, as a teacher, I want to help English teacher how to teach literature effectively.
Okay, Mary, first of all, when you claim that there is no, like, you know, let's say effective or appropriate methods or approach to use literature to teach, right? By observation, by interview, I don't think that you can create some kind of, like, you know, model or create some kind of, like, let's say approach to offer to the teachers or institutes in Myanmar, because you just receive the information when you observe, when you do the questionnaire. It's just as, like, let's say, look for the information, the existing for information, right? Like the current situation, you can do it, but you cannot propose based on that, right? You need to, like, review, or you need to, like, look for the let's say effective model. By effective model, you might need to, like, do some kind of, like, as Ajahn Pragasit recommended, to be like in the, like, maybe experimental research or something.
Yes, I will also make an action research, teacher.
Are you teaching? Are you a current teacher? So you have your own class, right? Okay, so maybe, like, you know, just questionnaire or interview, it might not be enough, in my opinion, right? And then again, when I take a look at your hypothesis, can you go back to your slide hypothesis? Okay, so this one, it doesn't seem like hypothesis to me. It's like statement of problems. Like most of literature teaching in EFL classroom seems to still rely on teacher-centered approach, right? So who says so? How do you claim this? How do you came up with this statement?
Yes, most Myanmar teachers use grammar translation method, teacher.
Right. How can you, like, convince us to believe you? It is actually, we are not in Myanmar. I may not believe you. Right?
Teacher groups.
So,
teacher groups, and they report me. They always use grammar translation.
So this is what you say. So you need to back up with the literature. Look for something that can back up. But again, this is not statement of hypothesis, right? Statement of hypothesis should be something like, you know, expected answer, like statistically, descriptively, something like this. This is not. All right. And you need to review more of, like, the situation, like current syllabus, because you are going to propose, like, the new kind of syllabus, right? Using, like, literature that already exists in your country, right? So anything that you are going to propose, right? It should be, I'm not sure whether how could you, like, you know, assume to get the information, enough information for, like, you know, proposing some kind of new syllabuses here. By your presentation is not suggesting any idea that, you know, that can yield or give as an outcome, as the like the new syllabus. So what is your plan, ka, Mary?
Yes, we don't have the opportunity to take the syllabus. We will have to use the same syllabus. We top-down system, but I would like to help teacher if we can, although the material we can change, we can use effective approach to improve language skill by using literature in our class. I would like.
So by your basic assumption, right? By your basic assumption, it lacks the approach, right? But to interview people to do the questionnaire, would you receive an appropriate approach? Would it lead to that? Think about it. Maybe you need to revise your research design a bit. All right. Agree? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ajahn Mary. That's all for your feedback from our experts that give you. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have Ms. Yi Moncho with us. She's going to present her title. It's on empowering university students participation in practicing global citizenship education for ELT context core courses. Imancho, can you hear me?
Yes, of course.
Okay, are you ready? Yes, okay, all right. Good luck.
Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, let me give my heartfelt thanks to all the committee members in Buriram Rajabhat University for incorporating for this special ceremony for all the students for batch 1 and 2. Thank you so much again for the invited honorary guests and commentator and all the teachers and all my classmates. Now let me introduce myself, and my name is Yimon. I'm currently from Myanmar and waiting for Kemi Song. Now I would like to introduce with you all with my advisors. He is Major Advisor, Associate Professor, Dr. Akkarapon, Nuemaihom, and he is co-advisor, Assistant Professor Dr. Kambirapha Intanu. Now, let me present about my progress report. In my part, there will be 3 main parts I will present: the significance of the study, literature review, research methodology. For the part 1, significance of the research, I like to highlight the importance of education and global citizenship education, and why is it important to implement it. Now, let me point out, education is not only about gaining new knowledge and skill, but also about valuing life and social harmony in a diverse world. Transformative education can help people cope with their realities and demands of our rapidly changing society, because it can motivate and empower happy and healthy learners to take informed decisions and actions at the individual, community, and global levels. As the world becomes more aware of the increasing complexity and contradiction in today, we need to think the role and relevance of our educational system to cope with the complex challenges of today's world. Education should not be limited to teaching learners to read, write, speak, and calculate, and so on. So, global citizenship education is the transformative education the world needs today, because it's a response to the call for more relevant education. Moreover, it's a transformative education that aims to develop knowledge, skills, values, and attitudes that learners need to make a more just, peaceful, and sustainable world. Here, I like to highlight about the goal of global citizenship education. It aims to empower learners to engage and assume active role both locally and globally, to face and resolve global challenges, and to begin proactive contributor to a more just, peaceful, tolerant, inclusive, secure, and sustainable world. Now, here, this study is to promote learners' practical experiences in service learning and advance teaching pedagogies and curriculum goals through global citizenship education for ELT courses, core courses in the University of Myanmar. Here I express some of the results will be useful for designing effective curriculum goals and for empowering learners' language competency and active participation in the international activity through implementing global citizenship education into ELT content core course. This is the research question that I like to implement. What are the rules and responsibility for teachers and students in practicing global citizenship education? And then what are the challenges and recommendations for students encountering in social, cultural, political, and global issues? What are the challenges and recommendations for teachers integrating global citizenship education into the curriculum? How do the teachers empower the student participation in international activities through sustainable development goals? How do the teachers improve in innovative teaching pedagogies and curriculum goals to enhance English language teaching? How can global citizenship education promote student competency in English language teaching? This is the purpose of the research. The first one is to explore the perception and experiences of ELT teachers and learners toward GCE, to empower the student participation in international activity, such as a volunteer experience or culture exchange program and so on, to improve innovative teaching pedagogies and curriculum goals to enhance English language teaching, to investigate the impact of global citizenship education and English language teaching for ensuring inclusive and quality education. Now, in conducting my research question, I expected some of the anticipated result here like that. Now, let me present the scope of the research. To present the scope of the research, the target respondent and audience will be undergraduate English university students and English language teacher. Because why I choose this scope is ELT is a gateway to a greater understanding of the experiential and service-minded components of global citizenship education. Because the application of service learning has the potential to affect student concept of themselves as global citizens. Education for global citizenship helps young people develop the core competency, which allow them to actively engage with the world and help to make it a more just and sustainable place. Why I choose a global citizenship education for ELT? This is the reason because I will. The aim of the GC is to make students aware of the world and give them the skill and positive attitude they need for succeeding in a global community, or actively engage them in identifying and solving problems that are both locally and globally. Now, I express some of the benefits from my research. So here, I like to present about my literature review. Actually, I have a review of some of the previous study. Now I like to present them. Okay, as you see that on September 25, 2015, the country adopted a set of goals to end poverty, protect the planet, and ensure prosperity for all parts of the new sustainable development agenda by the United Nations. So according to the agenda, there will be 70 sustainable development goals. Among them, I will focus on the goal number 4, quality education, and the aims to ensure inclusive and equality education and promote lifelong opportunities for all. In implementing quality education, the UNESCO Education Center program has set out the global citizenship education. That's why here I would like to integrate global citizenship education into ELT courses. This is my previous study and related research. Now there will be conceptual dimension of global citizenship. There will be 3 main domains. The first one is cognitive, socio-emotional, behavioral. And then the last aim of the global citizenship education is to incorporate the 5C or 21st century learning. So this is some of the previous researches, so I will skip this. And now I would like to present about how I will conduct my research methodology. For the population and sample, I will use the random sampling method for students, and then at undergraduate level. For the teacher selection process, I will use publicist sampling methods. Now, what I would like to use is a questionnaire survey, semi-structured interview, and experimental design through the case study. Now, for the reliability and validity of my research, I will make a pilot study before I do my data collection. Now, this is the data collection process and how will I use it. The method is mixed method because I will use it quantitative and qualitative together. So here I like to present how I use for data analysis. I will use the content data analysis. So according to these steps. Now, this is the tasks and commitment that I have been done and I'm going to present in the future. Currently, I'm working or I'm going ongoing process will be introduction and literature review. And I have some problems and obstacles in data collection process. But I believe that my advisor can give the good suggestion and comments. So I will overcome all my problems. And so this is my some of the expectation to defend 3 chapters and 5 chapter dissertation. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind listening. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you นะครับยีมอนโชนะครับ Ekmat Gong Base Ekmat Gong Base Okay Okay นะครับ the comment นะครับ empowering university students participation how do you plan to empower?
Yes, here in my research, I expected to empower 2 ways. The first one is as the role of the teachers, we will incorporate the global citizenship education. I mean the global issue, teaching global issues in the curriculum. For example, as the teacher, if we make a lesson plan or a classroom activity in designing classroom activity, we were trying to put the global issue because this is incorporating way to as the teacher, and for the learner, they have been, for example, in our culture Myanmar, we have little exposure in activity and participation in some of the co-curricular activity because all the students are focused on lesson, how can I say, academic achievement. They only focus on exam. Passing the exam or having the good grades. So they have little exposure in cooperation with each other in the classroom. They don't want to participate. So they are lack little exposure in sufficient knowledge or skill in teamwork or group work or collaboration work. So I would like to input some of the activity by using international activities or volunteer activities or according to the 3 mains of the global citizenship education.
Yeah, and you know, when you want to empower something, okay, it is necessary to input a treatment, right? But from your research proposal, I think this is classified as a survey study, okay, or analysis, okay, of something, right? You are not going to use any treatment in order to empower, okay, the students' participation. That means, okay, there will be no experiment, okay, or no treatment at all, right? That will be provided, okay, for the student. So I think this is quite misleading. It's going to be only a survey study, okay? And one thing, okay, is you put EFL context and then core and core course. What is it, core course?
For me, according to our university, there will be 2 sectors. Foundation course, we call foundation course and elective course. Some of the for the student English language as the specialization student, they have to choose the elective courses.
Okay, this can be spelled out later in chapter 3. Okay, you don't need to put a core course here in the title, but what is missing is the research context. I think you should put Myanmar somewhere in the title so that readers know that this study, okay, if you finish was conducted in Myanmar or in Thailand. So that's why we normally see นะฮะ Thai EFL student, Chinese EFL learner, something like that. Okay, so the context is missing. When you look at your research questions and objective, there are so many of them. Number one นะครับ you are going to look at the roles and responsibilities of teachers and students. So how will you find, I mean, what will be the expected answers? Roles of teacher, teach, right? Students, they study. So I don't see the necessity นะครับ in asking the first research question, and it doesn't match the research title that you proposed. And number two นะครับ what are the challenges and recommendations for students encountering in social, cultural, political, and global issues? How is this related to language teaching and learning? Nothing, okay, is connected with language teaching and learning at all. Okay. And I think the same for question number 3 and number 4. But for question number 5, how do the teachers improve innovative teaching pedagogies? So what are innovative teaching pedagogies? This is a new issue, right? Just emerging. Okay, nothing was discussed beforehand. It just pop up in the research question. So this is something that you should reconsider. All right, have a focus. And then research question number 6. What benefits of global citizen education can achieve students' competencies? So if this is the case, you have to select participants, okay, who have taken, okay, or who are taking a global citizenship education course, I think, นะครับ and these 6 research questions vary in terms of, you know, the focus, and they are in different directions, so it might pose difficulties for you, okay, to collect data. So I would suggest you, okay, narrow them down and limit the scope of your study. All right.
Yes, thank you very much.
Normally, no more than 5, 3 would be okay. นะครับ you think about number 1, improve cognitive domain. Okay, in our field. Okay,
3 or 4 will be enough.
yes. How, for example, if you use literature-based approach, okay, how this approach, okay, enhance student, okay, speaking or writing or whatever. This is the cognitive domain, and then you may ask a question, follow-up question in terms of affective domain, okay, such as social interaction, satisfaction, engagement, okay, something like that. And maybe the third research question can be, okay, this optional maybe about movement, okay, or kinesthetic, or retention. Okay, this is another factor that we should be considering. นะครับ use a delay post test, that would be.
I would like to recommend, or you please bear in mind the question item. Question objective should not more than 3 or 4 be enough. There are so many this objective, maybe you spend your whole life.
And if you can, you know, think of a suitable research title, okay, it will reflect research objectives, okay, quite clearly. Okay, think about variables that you'll be using. Okay, these need to be included in a title. Okay, a research context, and action word like, for example, survey, analysis. Okay, so these are the 4 elements that you should be thinking to be included in the research title. Okay, นะครับ And hypothesis นะครับ if you do not manipulate any treatments นะครับ no need to have okay hypothesis. All right.
Yes.
And okay, for data collection นะครับ teachers you are going to use observation to collect data from the teachers. The title is students participation, okay, but then are you going to observe the participation of the teachers? This is a mismatch, right? นะครับ this is not quite correct นะครับ Okay, now when all of you นะครับ mention that you are going to use นะครับ a descriptive statistic นะครับ to analyze quantitative data นะครับ if possible นะครับ when you use pre-test post-test and then you have scores, okay, you should specifically okay mention which statistic. Okay, normally we use t-test for 2 groups. Okay, if you have more than 2 groups, okay, you can do f-test or ANOVA. Be more specific, okay, in describing the appropriate statistic that you will be using. But for questionnaires, of course, okay, you use descriptive, okay, meaning that you are going to show minimum, maximum, mean, okay, and SD, something like that. Okay, be specific in mentioning the statistic that you will be using to analyze quantitative data. Okay, thank you very much. I don't want to spend too much time.
Thank you very much.
I will follow you. Hello, Manchu. Manchu, right? Hello. I'm Galaba. So you heard all like that Ajahn Pragasit mentioned, right? I have more to add that your research. Well, actually, the SDG thing, the global citizen education, right? This is very like up to date nowadays. But somehow you need to make link because you link it to like ELT context. But I do not see like the linkage between like the global citizenship education and ELT context right now, right? So even for like for the review, like meaning you separate it into like pedagogy thing, right? But it is not the language pedagogy at all, right? So do you see in your mind the picture that you can have the link between like GCE and the ELT? What does it mean? You see?
Yes, I think I like to investigate the effects of GCE in English language teaching because when I have such in Google or in some of the previous study or related works, I found that we can integrate curriculum. We can integrate the curriculum, for example, global issues, teaching global issues, or doing international activities or international, how can I say, cultural exchange program, or
right. But then again, you need to see like or illustrate more. I mean, more clear about how to link this thing if you would like to continue this issue or this topic, right? How does it go well with like the ELT thing, or in what way, right? It can be empowered. You use empowering, and I'm not sure how to empower by this, right? But then again, you need to like have a clear picture first. Therefore, I think that first thing first that you need to do is you need to review more, right? How about the GLC, SDGs, like English language teaching, because as Ajahn Pragasit let you show us your research questions, right? The number is one thing, but the more important thing is that it doesn't look like that they can go along with like the English language teaching context, right? Moreover, like in RQ3, I have some questions, right? Recommendation for teachers, integrating global citizenship education into, no, not this one, but the ability to teach. Which one? The last one, right? How can global citizenship education promote students' competency in English language teaching? So why teaching with the students, not learning? Right? Think about it though. Yeah. So this is like, you know, the crucial one, right? That you need to, like, when you write, it seems that many questions is one thing, but all the questions seem to disperse, you know, in many directions. So how would you conduct your study? It isn't that clear. How do you collect data to respond to all questions? Is not that clear. Try to group the idea, right? And make link. This program is ELT. Therefore, anything you should like make a clear picture of how it can like contribute to English language teaching. All right. Scope down to certain, like maybe cognitive ability, as Ajahn Pragasit recommended. It could be like certain ability, like speaking ability, writing ability, or critical thinking, critical reading, something like this, right? Make link to the language though. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, yes, I am the last one. Okay, my name is Ajahn Onsiri. One time, right? I'm a PhD student, Bachelor, track 1, part 1, and this is my topics. Okay, and at first, I would like to inform you first that I have sent you like 2 files. Okay, this is my 2 files. The first one is a file for my topics, right? And this is a book that I show the whole concept of my would-be dissertation. Okay. Okay. And for my topics is about exploring world Englishes or we. Yeah, I will call we. Okay. Perspective in global communication. Okay. Development of the intercultural communicative competence. I will say in brief like ICC model used through films. Okay. Okay, and for the significance of my work, okay, I will say that I have 3 key words. The first one is world or world Englishes, and ICC, and then films. Okay, the first one I will talk about world Englishes or we. Okay, I brought from Pragasit. Okay, and he created about the 3 circles of use of English in this world. Okay, he mentioned that in this world, right, it consists of 3 big rings. The first one is called inner circle, ENL, or these are native speakers born in English speaking countries, right? And they can use English as a native language. For example, like in England or USA, like that, okay? For the outer circle, we say ESL, English as a second language. These are the non-native speakers who have learned English almost at the same time as their mother tongue. For example, like India or in Malaysia, like that, okay. And the last one, okay, Thailand in this round. Expanding circle, EFL, English as a foreign language, and these are the non-native speakers who learn English in a country that English is not usually spoken. For example, Thailand, China, or Japan, like this. Okay, the issue of the role of we, right, was first raised in 1928. It's about 5 decades or 50 years. Okay, for this theory is examine the concepts of religion English used in this world. And I am interested in pragmatic factors, for example, appropriateness, okay, and comprehensibility and interpreting that justify. Okay. And like us, we are in the global people who live in these three circles who use ELF. What's ELF? ELF is English as a lingua franca, okay, which is the English language as a common means, okay. And this is very useful for our people who speak in a different native language, okay. While communicating in ELF, we can see that intercultural communication, or IC, it is used, is adapt to achieve the goal of speaking. Therefore, okay, we can analyze that IC is a crucial tool in global communication. Okay, I cite from Pragasit, okay, in the 2003 and 6. Okay, therefore, this study will find out how we perspective is presented in films, okay, by studying principle, the model of ICC by Buriram. Okay, this is my framework. Okay, I will show that how much important of IC or intercultural competence has the impact of our using in the world, English as a lingua franca. Okay, and for this table, it can show the number of people who use ELF. Okay, this is based on cultural concentric circle, and he showed that in this time there are about 300 million people use ELF. Okay, and so this is my research question. I have two research questions. The first one, based on we perspective, what the ICC model and principle are used through films. Okay. Number two, what the development of ELF in more religious perspective could be find out through films. Okay. This is the purpose of my research that you can read. Okay. Hypothesis. Okay. I will try to aim at the circle. For my research design, okay, this study used descriptive qualitative design by Creswell and Doyle. For analysis, ICC, okay, and according to Hancock, okay, he said that descriptive qualitative research is a research that concerned with developing explanation of social events. Okay, and the methods is relevantly employed because the data analysis in description without any given number to count. Okay, and for the research context, for my work, I have three main points. The first one is we. Okay, yes, for Englishes. Okay, specify using English as a lingua franca in inner circle, outer circle, and expanding circle. And this is a picture of Pragasit. He is the father of we. And the next issue, I will focus at the model of ICC by Buriram's intercultural competence model application. But in this work, I will focus only 5 parts. The first one, I will focus at attitudes. Number 2, knowledge. Number 3, skill of interpreting. And 4, skill of discovery and interaction. And the last one, I will point out critical cultural awareness. Okay, this is a picture of Dr. Michael Buriram. He's the father of ICC. Okay, and for these figures, it's very important because it's all about the Buriram thought. Okay, Michael Buriram said that under ICC there are 3 subterms. The first one is linguistics competence, and discourse competence, and sociology is competence. Okay, in terms of 5 elements of IC. And for my work, I will point out at the field work using 2 themes. And the sample is selected by sample random sampling by pitch. I selected 3 themes to be my tools. Okay. The way to choose the theme under the principle of the themes selection, under the concept of the theme genre. Okay. And there are 3 themes were selected. The first one is the outsourced. The outsourced, the plot is about the English businessman in Indian culture. Number 2, the terminal, the plot is about the man from the third world trying to escape and live in US culture. In this film, we can see about how can they use about code mixing and code switching method under ICC. And the last one is about this is a Thai film. Galileo. It's about 2 Thai women in England living in the multicultural social, okay, and this is handbills, okay, and I find out the gap of this word, okay. I studied previous study about more than 10 films, okay. For example, Coco, Ben Like Beckham, Lost in Translation, Mulan, Slumdog Millionaires, Green Card, The Joy Luck Club, The Big Fat Greek Wedding, okay, The Outsourced, The Times Out, okay, The Terminal, okay, very old, okay, thank you. For my gap, okay, I see that these 3 films are selected to be like teaching tools, okay, that still has a gap, okay. Because now there is no any case study find out about the ICC in these 3 films, okay, and this my literature review that you can see through this my book, okay, okay, that's my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give her some feedback from our invited experts.
Okay, the last but not least, okay, presentation. In the first question, exploring world Englishes and in global communication and development of the ICC model used through themes. Okay, why do we need to use themes to develop ICC model?
Because films is a way that we can see about culture, because now is the time of the diverse city of culture and language. So films is one point that we can search ICC.
Okay, what will be the research application? Suppose you have finished analyzing the data, okay, and you found out, okay, your analysis from the fields. What will be the implication?
Implication of my work is about I will receive the adopt and adapt ICC model, yeah, and I will find out how much of work English perspective through films.
What do you mean exactly by model? It's quite unclear to me. You want to develop the model through films. That means after you have watched 3 films, okay, you are going to come up with ICC model. And what's wrong with Jedov and Buriram's model?
I will try to, prove his theory that we can find out through films, because I found the gap that these 3 films selected for this work, right? The previous authors did not talk about ICC model.
Because interested in, intercultural knowledge as well, but normally we measure ICC, okay, with students, with teachers, okay, whether they have a better understanding of different culture in the cultural issues. But I was actually I'm not clear okay, why we use themes and then we find out. Yeah, I mean you're going to develop a lot. This is still unclear. So anyway, that's maybe I need to read more of yours in the future. And why specifically these three themes? Okay, because of they represent varying genres of themes.
Yes.
So the criteria is selected. At the beginning, before we talk about the research purposes, it is important to give some background information about the study as well as research problems and research need. Okay, why do we need to conduct this study? That's very important. Going to test the model in what way?
I will use my tools like I showed in this slide. I will use like three. The first one is 3 themes and Buriram scales to measure 5 parts, like I told you, and ICRC. That is IC readiness check and CQS to measure about how much of intercultural communication in intelligence skill. Yeah.
Okay, have you found similar studies exploring something like this?
Yes, I will show you that according to my previous studies, right, I found out so many works related to my work, at least 19 studies. Okay, and all of them concern both Englishes and ICC using 2 themes. But the gap is no about the ICC Buriram. It's a gap. I cannot see the 5 dimension of Burirams, right? But I see only some parts. For example, I see only the attitude and knowledge, but I don't see 3 left. Okay, because according to the Buriram, there are 5 parts, right? Dimensions, but I see only 2 or 3, but I cannot see all. But I will try to see in the outsourced and I have read about the authors wrote that if another one want to do, you can use the ICC Burirams. Yeah.
Okay, now maybe have you read the ICC model?
Yes, I read.
Proposed by Diedoff.
Yeah, yeah.
It is the extended version, right, of Burirams.
Yeah. According to a book of my would-be thesis, right, I found out about it is a review that concerned about ICC. For example, I studied about the concept of ICC, terms of ICC, and how to measure ICC, and also the part in 2.5. I also study about films and IC too. I see about the concept of films, okay, that can be linked to Burirams, right? And I found out the linkage between films and IC that you can read in this book. Yeah.
Yeah, and move on to another question. Research question number 2. You put ELF, English as a lingua franca,
yes,
in world Englishes.
Yes.
Okay, what's the difference between these 2, ELF and world Englishes? Sometimes they are used interchangeably, right?
Yes.
But you put them together, okay, so there must be a clear distinction between them. That's why you put them together, because you see definitions of these 2 words totally different, right? what the development, what you know of ELT in world English perspective.
According to films genre, right? I will try to, survey or study in these 3 films that I will check about what the development of ELT that we can see through films. Because for the concept of world English, right? Inner circle, outer circle, and expanding circle use ELT, right? Though we live in the first language, it means those we live in the countries who use English as the first tongue, right? We still use ELT sometimes.
Okay, second research question, I think it needs to be a little bit adjusted, okay, to make it
clearer,
more well received.
Yes.
And hypothesis, no need Akkarapon.
Yeah.
And I think check the term we use qualitative descriptive or descriptive qualitative design. Okay, please go back and read.
Yes, thank you so much, ค่ะอาจารย์
Good evening, good evening, so, well, this is to add up to the Pragasit. When you said you are going to develop, right, ICC model, right? Well, but you said that, you know, this model you adopt from Buriram, therefore it's not your development.
I will check later, ค่ะอาจารย์
Right, if it is an existing model, it's not your development. But my suggestion is that instead of like adopt this model, I think you better like review a lot of the models and then like develop your own model.
I can review, right?
Review more and then analyze first what people are doing or were doing before, and then again synthesize to make it yours. Right, then you can say that this is the development, right? Because if you like you said that other studies they just do only 2 features but not 3 features of viral, right? It doesn't mean that you develop it. Still you adopt it. Okay. So my first question that comes to mind is why film, right? Because we do not justify this kind of platform. Many multi-modalities nowadays, right? There be series, there be clips, short clips, there be there be even social media, TikTok or whatsoever, right? That have the same, let's say, features as movies or film.
Yes.
So why film?
Why films? Okay. Actually, there are so many types that we can choose. For example, like TikTok, films, or TV. Scenes, but I select films because that I want to study about how deep of English is used in films by looking like the background of films writer and what about the setting about the main characters. Yes. I will search through that and films. When I search from Google Scholars, right? In 5 years, okay, since 2019, 2020, right? I think there are so many films that show about world English's perspective that this topics I'm really interested in.
So you're focusing on like indigenous English, right?
Yes.
Like English or Indian English or something like that.
Yes,
right?
we can say like English varieties. Okay.
So you can talk about culture.
Yes, because after my searching from this table, right, you see that according to Kashu's concept, right, now in this world, it's more than 827 million people who use ELT, right? ELT or English varieties. For example, Thai English, Chinese English, like this. Okay, And I want to, search from films because in the plot of films, right, we can learn the culture from like scenes, like setting, like a plot, like a discourse analysis, right? We can search from that.
So give a clear justification why film,
Yeah.
and then again, not only your opinion, you need to like search for like literature support what you think, right? That the film carries more of like cultural features rather than other media.
Yes.
Right? Therefore,
Yes.
you need to like find something more to support. And my suggestion that you might need to restate your gap, because as I mentioned, when you say that the gap because there are only 2 features, but not 3 features, the other 3 are ignored or something like this.
Yes.
It might not be a good gap, right? Because when people use film, you may see that they're quite some time already.
Yes.
That people use film in the research
Yes.
as in media to analyze, right? So why you still think that it is like appropriate for this study?
Yes, okay. And the last slide to show about my progress report, right? Now I hope that I would like to, I dream to present about my 3 chapter in April, okay, possible. And I dream to defend my 5 chapters in December.
Can whisper it to your advisors here, right?
Yes.
So and then work hard, right? To revise this, all right? I think it's possible. Thank you.
For feedback from our invited experts and any other comment or feedback from our curriculum committee. Please, Dr. Surashani.
Okay, Siri. For my question is number 2 of your question. What do you mean by you would like to see the development of health? What do you mean by development?
I want to study about how much to use the health on films.
How much? You mean the frequency or something like that?
According to the Buriram's, like a 5 parts that I showed you.
Yeah.
I will focus only these 5 elements in my work. Attitude, knowledge, skills of interpreting, like that.
Yeah, I see. These are the 5
elements.
5 elements or the 5 factors that you would like to check. And then I would like to know when you check and how we know that this is the development or not development. How can you say that?
I will use the research tools in my chapter 3. I will collect from ICRC check, and I will collect the data from CQS skills. And then I will bring all documents or the thing I have found to use like observation and documentation, right? Because according to the concept of observation and documentation, this type of study that we can collect the data, not only from the book or e-book, but we can collect it from films too. Okay, we can collect it from films or any mass media.
Okay, my last question: what is the benefits of your study to ELT area?
Yeah.
What is the benefit?
Yes, in terms of ELT, right, we have found that intercultural competence, right, is a part of ELT in terms of it's very useful or crucial for teaching linguistics, right? And yes, the trend of both English has quite be very well known in 5 decades. And I think I would like to do this thesis because I want to show about how important of English as a lingua franca in the concept of world research perspective. Yes. Under the Byron's skills. On slide minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sukavatee, for this study. Any other one? All right. No more. Thank you very much for sponsoring for your presentation.
So this section is very useful, okay, for our beloved students, Ph.D. ELT, okay, students, right? What's next for the rest of dissertation chapter? Actually, okay, from the morning section until now, okay, we gain more knowledge from not just only from the invited speakers, but from the comments, okay, and suggestion from the speakers, right, and then our lecturers, right. So the thing that I would like to talk here, just to make it easy, okay, the things that we have to do after the conference today, just only 3 things that I would like, okay, to encourage you to do, right? Okay, especially for the PhD candidates, 10 of you. Okay, the first one we cannot avoid, okay, because today we received the fruitful, insightful comments and suggestions from the invited speaker. So I would like you, okay, to bring them, to take them to talk with your advisors, right? This is very important, as soon as possible, right? Okay, so I think that you will promise, right? Okay, the first one. And the second one, after you talk and discuss with your advisors, okay, both major advisors and then co-advisor, you should revise, okay, edit or add more information according to the comments and suggestion, right? And then the possibility, okay, of the thing that you want to do next, right? And the third one, we are very happy and we are waiting for you, right, to draft the first proposal. Just you present your timeline, just like the progress report. Some of you, okay, will defend your proposal in April, right? I just found, okay, many of you, okay, to plan like that, right? Okay, this is the 3 things that I just want you to be aware of it. And then I just talked with the chair of the program and then to talk with the graduate school, right? And then we try almost, okay, to defend with the thesis writing manual for that. So just why I want to talk about the proposal components according to our graduate school, okay, manual, right? So the proposal, okay, we include with 3 parts or 3 components. The first one is called title page, okay. Now you are ready, right, to adapt or revise, okay, to make it clear. Okay, the second one, the table of content, just like the mechanical things here. And the last one is a contents. That's very important, but we can adapt it according to what is it, our styles. Just Dr. Pornpimol mentioned, right? So maybe it's not just only 3 chapters. It's more than that, something like that. If some information, okay, are quite long, you can use it. So for chapter 1, this is the guideline. Okay, that I just take a look from the manual. Okay, graduate school, but you can adapt it, right? This includes background and rationale. Okay, and the second one is for research objectives, and then research questions, hypothesis. This can be optional, and significance of the study, right? And then scope and limitation of the study, and definition of key terms. It's not be clear, right? And then I think that you wrote the first draft, and then just you send to your or submit to your advisor just the third and the fifth draft, something like that, before you present today. Is it right? Because Dr. Akkarapon and teams, Dr. Sukavatee, Dr. Pragasitt, taught you how to write the thesis proposal or 5 chapters already, right? This is for the first chapter, right? But you can extend or add and change a little bit according to your advisor, opinions. And the second one is about literature. Actually, just 2 of our commentators mentioned, sometime we start with chapter 2 to read more about literature review. Just we always say that reading makes perfect. You have to read a lot. Just like when I did my PhD, I read more than 100 books. Spent about nearly 1 year. For reading and then to find the gaps of our research. Just both of them, both Dr. Pornpimol and Dr. Pragasit mentioned, we have to create new body of knowledge. These are for the PhD degree, right? It's not just to prove the theory, but we have to put the theory into practice and create the model or the body of knowledge. So for chapter 2, right, you can look for 2 things. The first one is about the theories and concepts, related to your research work or research title, and then you can look for more the previous studies, to find the gaps, the thing that you want to fulfill. And for PhD, I think conceptual framework, is very important. So you can present it in chapter 2, right, to make it clear. Some of you, did very well today. It shows that you read a lot, right? But some of you, just start, for maybe about 1 month, something like that. When the chair or the dean remind you, about please send the progress report to us, something like that. And then we are ready to take a look and invite the external reader, to give you comments and suggestions. This is about the chapter 2 information. And the last one, actually, this is about the general topic, under research methodology. Maybe you can start with research design, something like that. But normally, it's input for heading, population and samples, and then research instruments, and then data collection and data analysis. And then if you classify, if you do about R&D, maybe you can separate them into phases, right? Phase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that. Maybe 2 phases or 3 phases. in order to get the model, right, or the new body of knowledge. And then you end with bibliography, right? And then very important one, because some of you, okay, still wondering about how to cite the scholars, right? And we talk a lot or discuss a lot with the dean, and he promised that he will talk with the president and the person who, okay, take care of it, right? And then we make the conclusion that for the in-text citation, right? So now I will remind you about how to cite the sources, right? Okay. In order to avoid plagiarism, right? This is very important because when you want to defend your proposal or your 5 chapters, you have to submit it to the program, okay, to check the plagiarism. But just in our university, we just use only Akkarapon from Chulalongkorn University. You may be lucky because no more data, okay, store, right, in the websites of it, right? But we want to use more, right? Just like another one, right? Okay, so this is we just to make the final decision, right? That how to cite it. So citation, okay, refer to the when you cite it, you have to cite the surname of an author, right? Okay, and the year of publication and the page, right here. And then we use APA style, just Dr. Pornpimol mentioned about that. So just take a look for the first one when you cite, okay, in the text citation, especially in chapter 2, right? It's about literature review. You can cite at the end of the text. This is the example, right? We use the surname and then comma, right? Okay, and the year. Okay, if you want to, if you paraphrase and summarize. Okay. Or you can cite, okay, at the beginning of the text. 2 ways, right? The names and then just the year, okay, in the parentheses. Okay, and then or you can use the year if you want to focus on the sequence, okay, of the things, right? This is the second one. And the third one, okay, this when you cite the text written by 2 authors, right? Actually, we have 2 ways, okay, to cite. The first one, in the parentheses, right, with ampersand, right, okay, and then comma, right, and then another one you can see, right, we can use and instead of this symbol, right, out of the parentheses, right, and but maybe we can check again. Okay, this is about the by 2 authors, right, and then 3 to 5, just quite similar, right? Okay, with the symbol here and then this comma. Okay. But if there are more than at least 6 authors, right? You can use at all right here. Right. The next one, when you cite the secondary source, right? For example, you want to cite the original one is a Benchini, Blogs and Goldberg in 2003, but you just read, okay, in Breeze and Wolf in 2005, and then you use cited in, right? Cited in. Okay. This is our styles in our university. Some we put the the newest one and using citing, okay, citing to something like that. But our university use citing, right, with the own this one, the own one first. Okay. And then the very important one, if you read, okay, the original text, and you cannot summarize or paraphrase because it's very good sentence, right? So you can use the quotation here, right? Quotation, and you have to mention, so sorry, it's not here. Mention the page number with P, right? Use comma, right here. If there are more than two, at least 2 pages, you can use PP, right? Something like that. This is the how to cite in the text, in text citation, because we wonder about that, and then we don't know how to. This is about our students. They complain about that, right? Yes, we can say that. And then another one is about how to write the bibliography, because in our university we do not use differences. We use bibliography, right? Okay. So this is just similar, but this is how to write the bibliography, and then I will give you, okay, the example, right? Okay, so this is the example, right? Just you can see we use the surname, right? And then with the year. Okay, and then this is in quotation. It means that the articles, the name of the articles, right? In the journal, we use the italic, okay, writing here, and use this is about the value, right? The volume of it, and then the issue. And then we use comma and use PP, right? The page that this paper, okay, are placed here. Okay, this is then if there are 2 authors, okay, we use the symbol of and as well. And the next one is about the different to a book. Okay, and then we have many type of book, for example, for the editor, right? Okay, the editor, we can put the editor for one, the EDS, or more than 1 people, right? Okay, and then with the publication terms right here. Okay, this is the example of it. Right? This is a book, italic, okay, the name of the book, right? And then the place, and then the publishing company. And then this is the editors, right? 2, 1, 2, 3 editors, right? Okay. Just similar that you just I observe from your difference, okay, when you submit us the piece of paper, okay, of your progress report. Okay, if the second edition, or you can mention, okay. How about the articles in the chapter, right? Okay, for example here, if you want to cite Pomper, okay, entitled How Much English Vocabulary You Speak This Year, is the book entitled Foreign Languages Learning and Bilingualism, edited by Ringboom, okay, in 1985. Okay, so this is about how to cite it. Okay, right. Yeah. So you just take a look for the what is it, the PowerPoint ones, okay, to read more. Okay, about that. This is a Ringboom, okay, is a editor of this one. Okay, this is a Pamberg is one writer or author in maybe one chapter, maybe in chapter 2 or 3 or 4, something like that. Right, and then we indicate the page number of it. Another one just quite similar, right, for that. Okay, so we italic, okay, in the book's name, right? Not the articles, right? And we use quotation in our university, and maybe we can negotiate the deal, right, for that. Maybe we change a little bit about that. Okay, and how about internet, from the internet, right? This is, I just found from the manual, okay, just yesterday, right? Okay, and then they just like this, right? We put online in the parentheses, right? And then follow with the website, okay? And then the date that you retrieve it, right? At the end. Actually, last time we just put the date that we retrieve it and then follow with the website, but now we just change to that. How about thesis or dissertation, right? So you just take a look for that, right? This is I just read, okay, yesterday, okay, from the manual one, up to date, right? And then we just focus on, what is it, method thesis, right? And then the measure, and then the country or the province, and then the university. Okay, just different from the last one. And then for PhD, we use doctoral dissertation, right? And then the measure inside, and then the country, right? And then the institute. Okay, and then the other one in the manual indicated is not appropriate to cite it because maybe it's unreliable sources, right? So maybe you can cite just only the first one, the textbook, the second one, the journal, right? And then the thesis work or the dissertation. Okay, enough about that. Okay, so I think that now I just spent about 10 minutes, right, for that. So just remind you, and then we will send it to you, right? And then I just want to remind you again the 3 things that you have to do. What is it? Can you tell me again? The first one, after the workshop, you will, okay, bring the comments and suggestions from the commentator for the invited speaker to talk with your advisors. Okay, and look for the possibility of it. And then after that, to revise, to edit, and to add in order to get the first draft of your proposal, right? And then you will, okay, do the next thing according to your plan. It means that to defend your proposal, right? Okay, thank you very much, and hope, okay, all of you will be lucky, okay, and safe and sound trip back your home. Okay, thank you very much.